as we are once again alive upon the internet. Anyhow, let's actually make sure that we are in always with bit rates going everywhere and titles changed and stuff. And my audio not being broken. Yeah, let's jump in. As the title says, we're gonna go into recording the bestie build showcase finally. Know a lot of people were kind of waiting for this one. Kind of maybe announced it a little bit too early, although I wanted to do it much earlier, but then actually wasn't the slot that things and stuff happened in, right? So, although yeah, that kind of needed to happen too, and then also the global event happened, and yeah. But yeah, you know, better late than never. So this is gonna be playing best. We'll show cases. I'm making some folders in the background just to put everything in. What was the last build showcase? Was it? I think it would have been yeah, Strikers. It's a while ago. Should try to keep more of a schedule of one per month instead of almost one per 2 months. But yeah, maybe we can try to kind of schedule them somewhat. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's fix up these files real quickly. It's making up the description file. Actually, I could fix this up later, but let's actually fix it up now. It's also, I've kind of really not thought about, kind of thought about what I want to say. I have some notes and stuff as usual, but kind of haven't really thought about actually what we're going to do for the build showcase. Control points and stuff seems fairly obvious. Also, yeah, we fix this one up to have... Yeah, so now it's saved with 4-piece Lingmo, so we can also go this way. Could maybe actually have the numbers for this one as well, I feel. Just so we can show why we go the Coyote version solo. Yeah, that might be an idea. And either Enoch and either Witch as well. And yeah, let's actually make sure it's going to the right spot. It is. Do we add this one really quickly? Could add it to the same thing. Actually. How would we... So yeah, maybe that would be... But then we would... Oh, okay, no, that's actually this one, right? This one has the... Doesn't have the foxes, yeah. This one is keeping the foxes and then like that. Yeah, let's maybe add this one in. We should be able to... Oh, we should be able to. We can. Just do this. And then... Do this. Oh, that was the wrong one. Center. There we go. If we here then this maybe it's maybe not it. That kind of works. So yeah, this is text. So have this set up too. So yeah, we can take all of this. Has nothing in the cells right here, so we can take this whole segment, put that here. This is breaking. That makes sense because that's that. This should be fine, right? That's the important ones. Yeah. Okay. Now we need this to be this again. So let's just fix these up by hand. And then yeah, this is going to be 20. This is going to be 20. It's going to be 30, 35. We have the same 98. Yeah. And then just the crit chance, crit damage changes here. But by a decent amount. Let's see what the crit chance, crit damage actually would be here. Because we're 49.5 plus, let's do 6 times 2. Minus times 12. And it's 141. This is actually likely so low that it's gonna be better to have, because we can have 6117. The other option would be largely what we can take is just the average shot here as well. Just copy this and paste special value only. There we go. If we now change this to be 1, then also 1, that's marginally higher. 55. Actually, let's have this over here now. 129. What's this times? Why is she even showing this yet? Just to make sure. This times this. And then this goes here as well. And then the 55,129 is better. Yeah, so let's maybe actually do what? Just kind of make clear what is happening here. As a per section, it's like that. As we're doing some weirder stuff here. Also, this is correct order, right? Is that 30? Yeah. It's 12, yeah. It's the same weapon damage, right? 100 plus 70 plus 25. Yeah. Why is it so much lower, though? I mean, yeah, Coyote's pretty good. It is the actual answer. I would have expected it to actually be closer. The point that I feel I'm forgetting something maybe here. Although, yeah, the RPMs should be all the same. The reloads will be all the same. Although that's also only sustain. 3530. 820. You do have the detox in there. Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, I would want one last thing in here, which we're going to prepare in a sec, but let me catch up here for a second. I'm going in my own world. And hey there, Swanats. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I hope everybody has been enjoying their weekend so far. And is enjoying their Sunday. Hey, we have likely somebody bought some viewers again. We have those spammers with the best viewers. Although actually Automod is catching their site name now even, which is kind of nice. Hey, Tiny. I would like to ask you, my friend finished level 40 today and didn't get Lexington. When will he get it? The thing is, it is a veteran reward. And because of that, there was basically a cutoff date, which was when kind of the event started. By that point, you needed to have played Division 2 or 1, basically. Because 1 actually counted for it as well. So the answer is he isn't unless they repeat the event or something, which they have, like, they've given no information, which kind of sucks. On if they're going to, like, repeat this yearly, was this a one-time thing? Will they just eventually put the Lexington in the AR loot pool? No ideas. But what seems to be happening is, yeah. The thing is as well, actually, is if you were, for instance, started playing before the cutoff date, kind of, and you weren't level 40, you would have just also gotten just, you know, whatever level you were at. It's not that you get it at 40. It's basically, it got given at those moments that it was given, basically. Like, it was, you had to log in around that time and you would get it, and then now it seems to be over. But it's also, yeah, it is a better weapon than most other weapons, and also it's very nice because it comes, you know, God Rule Detox, free talentable. But it's also not the end of the world to not have it. Like, Alfamas does, you know, 97% of the job, but has a little bit more kick, and you know, an M4 does 90% of the job, and has about the same kick. Although actually, so it's 10% better, so yeah, it's more like a 91% if we're counting back. Yeah, so one last thing that I wanted to make here. Is it best to just copy? Because you could use this one for that. Also, we could use this one for that. This one might be clearer. Yeah. Yeah. So let's maybe just clean this out down. So we don't need those parts. At least, well, not like that. So let's see. Yeah. Actually, yeah, so put like this pesty CHC, pesty DTA. Okay. And then the difference between them would be their crit chance. So it would be, well, we wouldn't have this 9.5 basically. So we 40 plus 10. So plus 12. I don't know, let's set right. 6 times 2. And then it would be its crit damage minus 12 times 2. Although likely, no, this needs to be capped, of course. Okay. Which will be better actually? 6127. The other option would be 56. This would be 139. Let's get the same calculation here. We also need to do here is add in, where is it getting this stats? Oh, it's not, of course, from here. Do we fix this up or do we just make it the other one? Let's fix this up so it works with this one. 79. So all of these 14s need to be 79. Oh, no, not 79, 77. Because that becomes self-referential. Yeah, let's fix this all up. So let's just put these to 0, then we can see which ones we have and haven't fixed yet. Headshot on both of these will be the same. That will all be the same. And then, yeah, the DTA is 77, 77, 77. Okay. And here, for this one is that number plus 8, plus 6 for the other DTA. Okay, and all of this just 77. We'll go 90, 60, 100. Oh, actually, yeah, so this is broken, of course. So this needs to be 65. Let's actually just lock this all to 65. I can just compare it all. Well, actually, we wouldn't want this to be this way, right? What is this number? This needs to not be here. So what is this number then? This plus that. Okay, so this needs to not exist. Those don't really exist, actually. Now what I want to know is this one divided by this one. Is this one divided by... Didn't take. Oh, that's a minus. Yes, this one divided by this one. Yeah. There, we got them all. Everything I kind of wanted for this. So played the game 2 days ago. Yeah, then he's like basically, yeah, it's being a veteran reward. Although the veterancy of it was just, yeah, literally like the few days or like the day before the project or like it started getting handed that. It's only but your concern caches aren't giving any more recipes. What's sad about? Yeah, there's but that number depends as well. If you have the ones from the previous seasons, and then also the raid ones, because yeah, the max you can get now, and then there is a bunch missing on top of that, like on top of all that as well, because this is the max you can have at the moment. 514 out of 526, and it's only also 514 if you already had Shield Splinter and Hunter Killer before they removed them from reconstructed caches. So, because then there is like Bellstone and such, which was season 3, which yeah, they haven't fixed up correctly. Like there's a bunch of pieces of that. There is from same season 3, Hunter's Fury, those pieces. And then there's also a bunch of weapons that, like, if you were around for the seasons, you would get the blueprints for, especially the, you know, you would get a new weapon would come in, and then like they would give the that's also why we have like 2 612 blueprints here and not ACS as it should have been. But yeah, there's a bunch like those as well. It's kind of hard to parse exactly, but yeah, if you're not getting any more drops from any of the control points and such, if you're not getting any more drops from reconstructed caches, and if you've done the raids like enough to have all of the blueprints of those, that's basically your gap. Is like some of the change effects, yeah. Because that might be likely than the previous season ones, right? And yeah, those they just need to fix at some point. But then also even even on top of that, yes, with that list, there's even more missing, and that's the Lengmo ones and the Palisade ones and Brutus and Whisper and Cabaret and the other one, the Big Show. Those are also just missing from reconstructed caches here. There's different tiers of skin for the Lexington with the gold skin. So since season 1, that is not true at all. The gold skin was for anybody that had started playing at the start of this year or last year. We're in the new year. But yeah, no, it was 1st of January 2024. Anybody after that date got the gold skin. Because yeah, basically everybody got the gold skin. Like even my third account, which is like, you know, definitely like I wouldn't consider a veteran account in the traditional sense. But yeah, that's just the skins. As long as you basically, you know, you would always get at least the blue skin. But yeah, the veteran reward thing is, yeah, it wasn't per se that veteran-y. Because yeah, it was just the start of 2024. That's also why it was kind of like weird as it being there. But yeah, we'll have to see if they like rerun the event or something. That would be my guess. Like, you know, you just next, or hopefully it's 2 times a year. I would do it. It's like in the summer somewhere with the summer event, maybe just, you know, if you were around summer of the last year, you would get then the gold skin and stuff. But just give people some extra Lexingtons. Got a question about status effect. There seems to be a lot of misinformation about what is and isn't a status effect versus skills. Is there a place we can go to get the final authority on this question? I mean, the final authority is the game. It's very easy to actually check what does and doesn't apply to it, just because when you, first of all, you can just equip a piece, you know, if you have a yellow core piece and, you know, just 2 reds or something, and then you equip a different piece with, you know, skill, like status effect on it, you can just go in here, and with most of them, you can just check the stats. And sometimes these stats bug out. Sometimes, like if they kind of theme off, log out, log in, that usually seems to fix it. But it's usually the turret and the drone that kind of, the turret damage, the ballistic skills kind of, their damage kind of bugs out quite often. And then if you like really want to test it, just the range. Like The game is the final authority. If the damage goes up, then... Because what you can use as well, if you use a Val with the range, with like the time to kill thing, set it to hard on heroic, basically. And then maybe like have just barely any status effect and stuff. But when they get hit by the status effect, this timer will start to run. Like if I equip Blitz. This is usually one of the better ways to kind of time stuff status effect wise. But you can already see that there is a difference just from this stat screen. Like if I were to, like, this piece has status effects, and we're not per se breaking the thing there, but if I were to go to a yellow piece that has only skill damage, like just the numbers on this change. So I can just check those numbers. But yeah, it's mostly more people go like, Oxy is a status effect, which no, it's not. That's usually the one that pops up a lot. Because it's Oxy specifically is just skill damage. Or well, it is like doing pure skill damage in a way. That's also why Detox applies to, which is kind of... and it is not. Yeah, no reason. Well, thank you for joining. That was kind of fun doing some bounty chasing. Later on this evening as well, we'll likely go and do some countdowns and stuff if people are up for it. Doesn't matter anymore. We'll see what they do. But yeah, I don't feel they've ever really like... What has been a thing that has been like truly nerfed into the ground? Because even things like Heartbreaker, even post-nerf, were still usable. Even Eagle Bearer. Like Eagle Bearer got hit pretty hard going into Gear 2.0, but still did okay. Is fire status or skill damage? Both. So the thing with some of the... a lot of the status effects and such is that they're both. So both will apply, but with what status effect will do, and the reason we go for that, is that status effect applies to this burn damage and then also to the burn duration. So it increases the duration and the burn damage. Skill damage only adds into the main explosion damage, so how hard it hits there, and then also into burn damage. So it increases burn damage by the same amount as a status effect would. But yeah, I wouldn't increase the burn duration. That's also why you can, with Eclipses, go skill status effect and skill damage, even for the fire cam. But it is, like for me, I like having a lot of haste there as well. But status effect, kind of status effect first, because it will apply to the more important things about the fire cam. And with those as well, you can kind of like test it in that same way. Equip a thing with like, if we equip a golden piece there for a second, we see like, well, we can jot down these numbers and then, have like maybe contractors here with skill tier skill damage, and then jot down these numbers, or just take a screenshot or something. And then you can easily compare them. Because usually status effect also adds to the duration, kind of in the same way that hazard protect reduces duration. Status effect is usually both the damage and then also the duration. There's more than those, like this full list. Basically, everything is a status effect that is on this list, the hazard protection list. So shock, poison, and snare. Then we have also technically we have napalm, which is a combination ensnare, fire. But yeah, disrupt, disorient, burn, blind, bleed. Explosive isn't, and of course, and pulse also isn't. But yeah, basically everything underneath hazard protection on this list is basically all of the status effects. But then it's different per skill, how they kind of, usually status effect is, because what status effect kind of is actually is underneath it, it's kind of skill damage for specific skills, and then also a duration. Don't know, like named rifle giving it that crit damage as a second stat would be. But mixing them into named rifle, yeah. I mean, it just wouldn't get as much use then. Also, yeah, it doesn't per se matter. Like then we just go back to you know, FAMASs and falls and stuff like that. There's always just one at the top. It's kind of annoying that the one at the top is not easy to get or like ungettable for a lot of people. That's more the issue with it. Yeah, I had a few places in mind for starting. Because one of the ones was Plaza. Oh, I was also thinking of maybe going to a sub-level 40s. Although, yeah, I didn't set up the laptop for that, right? Because I'm thinking places where there's a ton of DC-62. Is this area actually accessible, even without the side mission there? I haven't really ever messed around with that. Where else is there a bunch of DC-62? In New York? No, I mean, they don't have... It's called DC-62, not New York 62. Oh yeah, let's just go Plaza. We'll go find a quiet spot somewhere. Just yeah. Okay. I missed the earlier seasons, yeah. It's annoying that those blueprints are just not available when, at least because a lot of them used, like basically all of it used to not be available. So at the very least they changed that to be
detected.
We could actually even
hostiles. Hostile broadcast picked up.
Let's just go.
We need to prevent True Sons from using the metro to transport chemical weapons. So start by disabling any operational trains you find.
I know, we're just going a little bit deep into the mission just to get to a place with DC-62. So lets me warm up. Sure, which I hear misdescribed as satisfied more. Pesty text. Although yeah, Pesty as well. Well, Pesty is more usually striker. I feel that comes up more, like people reading total weapon damage on the striker gear set and going, oh, that must apply. Which at least on that one is more on the devs than it is on those players. Just mislabeling shit. Yeah, they like that stagger as well always with besties. This place is also RMK. So that's actually one of the things that also helps Bestie a lot. Same with Negotiator. Negotiator, you kind of rewatch footage and stuff if you're negotiating correctly, basically, as well. Of course.
We may have eyes on Wilson.
The amount of
the main entrance to the mall.
times you stagger enemies just by the spread is one of the things that kind of really saves you.
And into the mall.
I'll leave a pretty bit or something like that. Yeah, that Oreo. Oh yeah. Although, for instance, Oreo I feel is still very much usable. And then just well, not going 1250. If they had gone 1250 and also the smaller mag and stuff, that would have been. But it's still one of the benefits of it is that, those extra rounds. And honestly, once the Dark Winter kind of gets fixed up, if ever, it's kind of a contender up there at 1275. But I feel more like the combination. One of the ones that kind of more comes to mind is True Patriot and its interaction with Bestie, and also like how much regen it had. Because basically the thing became that the Bestie tick triggered the percent regen, but it used to also be like, was it 5? I think it was 5 even. And because the Pesty was hitting every second, you basically, as long as you had the Pesty tick on someone, you basically had like 5% regen. Which, yeah, as you can imagine, pretty good. This kind of was the PvP meta for quite a while. That one I feel like, yeah, definitely the changes there. Pestilence is status, is that right? Oh, do you mean that as a question, or because no, pestilence only? So generally, the best thing to do is, you know, it's the Magic the Gathering thing. Reading the description. Let's say 96 times out of 100 explains. Because yeah, Striker, yeah, it doesn't. Striker confuses, but with most of the things, yeah, if you just read them out, basically, because here's the thing is, yeah, hits apply a debuff dealing 100% weapon damage over 10 seconds. This being weapon damage means just, yeah, it is scaling off of that. If it were to, for instance, scale with other things, it would say so. So, for instance, you know, the vial is one of those where just, yeah, it scales with two things and it states them. It goes, total damage dealt is equal to 50% of your concussion grenade, which is usually where a bunch of people stop reading, apparently. And then, you know, put explosives on it, but then the rest of it is also, and increased by your status effect attributes. So it scales with both, for instance, there. But no, Pesty basically, whatever your non-crit is, so the way to kind of calculate it out quickly or kind of know your, like, how much the max stack of it will be, is basically your non-crit damage times 5. That's basically what the talent comes out to. Blue skin doesn't that come in? Out of those, I mean, Pesty is definitely usable. We're gonna do a build showcase on it in a second, even with this specific build. So the fact Pesty takes out. Exactly. But Pesty as well, just on top of that, is just it's a debuff. So it like is even not in the right pool even. Because some of the weapons and stuff, yeah, like Scorpio, their duration of their statuses are, but it says it as well for the Scorpio. It's dependent on the amount of pellets hit, and just because it is just that and doesn't state anything else, and it is correct as well. It isn't actually one of the wrong texts in the game. It actually works now.
Hostile forces incoming.
turret takes also bounce to her. Yeah, let's clear out these downstairs, but I think somewhere in this corridor we'll go and find the spot to start recording the intro.
Contaminated area.
You know what?
DC-62 toxic detected.
Yeah.
Contamination level.
Maybe
lethal.
that's like the place
What
to
the
go,
hell?
right?
These readings are
In front of-
insane. They must have a lab nearby for weaponizing this shit. Make sure you put it out of
Yeah,
operation.
let's clear this out first. Then just stellates. They're great for stacking. Although, you know, they do take longer just to kill anyway. So. Also, yeah, if you're looking for like something to run the blue screen with, blue screen actually aligns pretty well with Negotiator. Like both of them are kind of want the same things, which is marking a bunch of enemies. Negotiator actually is a place where like blue screen fits in well. And blue screen is actually kind of okay now. It's definitely not like super good, but it's okay. I know, good for instance here, just wait for him to die to the pesty ticks. And then yeah, maybe we use this area as well. Kind of want just places, kind of DC-62 places. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I'll use this for the build. But for the intro, I think we'll go over there. Kind of like that. Just... We'll just have our character kind of longfully looking this way, although let's line them a little bit up better so they're kind of looking up that way. You know what? I kind of like that. Yeah, let me catch up here, and then we're gonna start recording. And hey there, 12 nickels. Coyote is a surprise. Why is Coyote a surprise? So let's say child is on your shoulders. We could Photoshop that in maybe in some way. Okay, I just like the wistfully looking that way. Where is the classified for your video backdrop? Not often, mostly because like if it goes wrong or if I like time out and stuff, it's gonna be annoying for things. I should use them here and there, but also I don't actually. So one of the things is as well, I want to like last time I did them might be like season 4. I barely remember what any of them are, and like I remember the aquarium one being kind of cool. But yeah, the downside of it is like if we like time out or something, or if I delta or whatever, it's kind of, you know, continue it, you know, here we can just come back here. But yeah, I should definitely, because I remember a few of them being kind of cool, but I want to redo them and kind of, yeah, then I'll remember, because also I remember the bunker having a bunch of the one in East Mall. Certainly doesn't reuse them anyway. Yeah, I wish they would just, because a bunch of them could be like, yeah, like the bank or something is too short, but a bunch of them could be actually like repurposed into actual missions. Should have been cool use for them, and then you could always like toggle them to the classified for the other ones, because you would just need to set up, because the spawns and stuff are already like set up there, so they would just like with the manhunt bounties, I feel it will be just that amount of work, like what they did with the manhunt bounties. The blue screen, nice. They haven't even done them all over. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm kind of. It's one of those ones I've been kind of holding on to them to do them one time, but I keep forgetting kind of as well. Is the best LMG build just ongoing directive with named Carnage? I mean, you can just put an LMG on strikers, of course. Because that kind of depends on, yeah, best. Best is, you know. But yeah, ongoing with Carnage is pretty good, but so is Strikers with just an LMG. Like, that's going to hit harder, definitely, but ongoing kind of aligns with LMGs as well. And hey there, V. So if someone managed to permanently unlock the digital scope on Sharpshooter without having the 2 points in rifles, thing is I was messing around with the rifle build, and now I'm unable to unlock the scope without putting the points back into it. I think they've like fixed it where you could just have the scope saved with the loadout and not spend the points. At least I noticed that with the linked laser pointer. Stoner LMG. Yeah. Although the thing is, yeah, with the blue screen, it's a Stoner LMG with a 20% rate of fire mod. Like it's mostly that 20% rate of fire mod that kind of saves. It still isn't great, but yeah, it's definitely more usable than it ever was. From our loadout, any idea how it worked? Because I thought I was under the impression that like that was fixed long ago. But yeah, maybe somebody else knows the answer. There was a time where, yeah, you just, if it was like saved in the loadouts and stuff, it would just pull up. I thought actually that, yeah, that was already like gone for a while. Might have been that, well, because I think they fixed that with Project Resolve. So it might have been like if you still had it broken in some way, that it might have still worked that way. And then like the one time if you like respec things and stuff, it just doesn't work anymore. Yeah, let me catch up on this side, and then yeah, let's start our intro. I need the cross. I'm on PC there. Going LMG is very good for Pistolero, exactly. I mean, it's a very good build like for that, but yeah, it's kind of depends on what you mean with best for it, because LMGs and OD kind of work together. Carnage being one of the good ones as well, and then kind of aligning. There's like a really good mesh of a bunch of stuff working well together. But I at the end of the day, just Strikers with the MG5 will out damage it by likely, depending on talents, by quite a lot. This screen, dilemma build with CHC or DTA be better on the blue screen? Overall, CHC. If the build is set or up around having CHC or having crit chance, and crit damage, basically with all of the LMGs, as long as you're kind of doing somewhat crit chance, crit damage things with it as well, crit chance is going to be the overall better pick. In that case as well, the DTA wouldn't per se apply to. So for instance, at least on Pestilence, you could make a case for DTA, especially if you're not if you're on the triple tick build, which doesn't have much crit chance or something. You can go DTA because it applies to the ticks and stuff as well. Blue screen wouldn't really apply to that either. As normally as well, after crit chance, the choice is usually rate of fire over DTA even. Rate of fire or DTH if situationally you are, halting, shooting at things with health a lot, but yeah, DTA is actually just one of the lower ones. Like DTH is overall, like even if you were to just average use it, DTH would kind of beat, just because it's 10% versus 6. But yeah, basically on all MG is crit chance nowadays. Is for all modes when you play online like crossplay. No. So yeah, Division, it comes from a long time ago where it wasn't common for games to have crossplay or cross save. So all of the systems are separate from each other, and they're also not gonna change that. They've like explicitly said that would take too much resources for the team that they kind of have now. So, because yeah, there's basically no crossplay, no cross save, anything like that, which is kind of annoying, but we'll have to live with it. Spreadsheet post in Discord. No, I haven't been in Discord at all today, I think. I'll pull that up quickly, but likely we'll have a look at it post, because I also kind of want to start here in a second with some recording. Oh, actually, I have a working calculator here. Yeah, we'll have a look at that later on. Well, likely post stream. I'll just take my time to kind of look at it. No new to game of Division. Played on and off. Never consistent. Enjoyed it. Yeah, same here. Although, well, I've been pretty consistently on, but yeah, I've definitely enjoyed it as well. We like these games. Yeah, we'll have a look through it. Actually, let me catch up on this side as well, and then let's get recording this. Don't want to start too late. First, I saw spiking the tree guns. Yeah, it was just a design choice by them. They should just remove that. That should be just a quality of life thing. Just put 45 points in there and not give every weapon type. And either Eidolon. And what city should Division 3 take place in? Whatever. I'm good as long as it's kind of like a cool city, you know. Either, I mean, it's likely going to be the American one, of course, but the backdrop is more just the backdrop. It's, I'm more concerned or like hopeful for and having the same kind of playstyle stuff as Division 1 and 2. And, you know, wouldn't be the first game that kind of for the third game has gone like just Division 3 is now a card game. Yeah, but it's of course the specialization we use them in multiple loadouts. So. Because for me as well, it's always a consideration as well of just like if I want to move a build around and such, like does the character actually even have the ability? Because I don't want to keep respeccing in there every time. So I just sometimes choose specializations specifically for just their spec or for their weapon picks. As a man in the 1980s worked for GTA. Yeah. Division Vice City. It's been 17 years before the outbreak. Canada, yeah. Might actually, you know. Yeah, Greenland, right? It's gonna be Greenland. It's gonna get annexed and you know they're gonna put it retroactively in here. That as a real thing. The thing is going to be that it's going to be, you know, story wise you could definitely go like it could be any city around the world because people go like it's an American thing, you know, the Division and yeah, well like the agency that it's based on or like fictionalized on. The thing with that is you could always just go like, hey, this foreign government asked us for help, so we're going to Berlin, we're going to Paris, or something like that. You could do that, but that adds a bunch of, you know, you only do that if you have a really good reason. And I think just for easiness, they're just going to grab an American city. But there's a bunch of them because they haven't done. Which one was Watch Dogs 2 set in? Was it that one was set in San Francisco, right? So they haven't done Los Angeles, for instance, in a while. They could go there. They could go, you know, Detroit, stuff like that. That's not where I understand. Yeah. I mean, sounds great. Yeah. Oh, yeah. For instance, yeah. So just Miami or some such. So there's a lot of S's from D1. Well, it's not just D1. It's cross games. One of the things that Ubisoft does a lot is just, you know, if you actually play like Watch Dogs and stuff, and like even like Blacklist and stuff, some stuff kind of shows up again and again. They just, you know, they have a big pool of resources that they kind of keep adding to. It's the winter setting of New York. Yeah. Well, for instance, for me, I'm not one of them. I could see them going that route again. But seasons, for instance, would be cool if they could implement that well. Like seasonal weather and stuff, and you know. But yeah, we just have to see what happens. Prior to hours would be cool considering the SHE existed before. Early February or something. The second you go before the outbreak, they like it becomes just training or something, right? It becomes like, oh, we have these guys, so we're kind of gonna use them, but because up until actually the activation of the first agents, we like don't have authority before that, right? So you would kind of have to story-wise explain that away, and just that leads into a bunch of issues. Basically, in-game dictionary, yeah. Yeah. Let's start the recording here. Just to start, because yeah, we need to at some point actually start working here. Yeah, let's make sure that the hard disk can record. It's actually spooled up. Okay. What was the name again? Actually, we need to have the pesty on the back. Let's see. My mission completion time will be here pretty high. Actually, yeah, so let's have that, and then let's equip up this though. Right. And yeah, let's have the build collection at the ready. Also, actually, I need the build picture. Let's make sure as well that this all works. Also, on this one, I don't want a red circle yet. I might need it later, but not yet. And this is going to be 1.03. Okay. We have the calculation sheet here, and then we have there, but yeah. We'll start with the build collection. Scenario. So I'm gonna. We'll have to see. But even then, likely massive will just be, you know, whoever buys them out. 10 cents. I hope not, but we'll have to see. Tom Clancy's name on it. I mean, yeah, if they were to own it, yeah, that would be quite ironic, yeah. Doesn't work anymore. I guess my I mean, yeah, that's the limitation part of that, right? But also, I wouldn't say that like that scope is it's 15 headshot damage. It's not that big of a swap, right? I mean, Tom Clancy hasn't been in charge of the these kind of series for like forever anyway. Even before he passed away. Yeah, let's start recording here. And yeah. So yeah, build showcase Lingmo Pestilence. We'll likely need a few takes here and there, but we'll get through it. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have that Lengmo Pestilence setup build showcase. The setup doesn't need to be in there because also setup is actually an item in the game. So let's not have that in there accidentally. Yeah, that's very good. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have that Lengmo Pestilence build showcase that we've been teasing quite a bit. As we'll go into the Lengmo Pestilence setup, the way that I enjoy setting it up, and we'll kind of discuss, of course, in depth some of the other choices you could make there as well. As always, we'll be making extensive use of the build collection, and in this case, one specific build from there. Everything will be timestamped, so you can kind of jump around as we'll go into, first off, kind of discussing the build with its builds picture. Then in the second part of the first chapter, we'll go into, as well, some calculations that I've prepared as we define the builds and kind of why we have set it up the way that we have it. And then in the second part, or in the second chapter, we'll go into some gameplay, and I'll try to kind of give my thoughts as I play and try to give you the tools to run this build if you choose to put it together yourself. So you can jump around to those points as and when if you want to. Yeah, let's go get started with the build picture. Shit. Yeah, I was also rambly, but also that ending is wrong. So let's try that again. I kind of got rambly there. We always have that one, but also, yeah, we're not going to the build picture, we're going to the build layout. And also, yeah, chapter. Yeah, let's like one more. Just one more. Let's start here though. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have a build showcase going into the Lengmo Pestilence setup, and in the way that I like setting it up, which is to go for a balance between its DPS output and also its tick output, as of course the Pestilence does apply its debuff. And yeah, as with all build showcases, we'll go heavily into the build collection as well. And in this case, though, we're going to discuss basically one build on it, which is 1.03. All of this will be linked down below the build collection and that build itself, of course. And everything will be timestamped as well, as in the first chapter, we'll kind of go over the build, first starting with its layout, then its build picture, going also into some numbers that I've kind of prepared as we've prepared a spreadsheet, kind of discussing why we do it the way that we do it. And then in a second chapter, we'll take it into some gameplay, and I will try to give my thoughts as I play to try to give you the tools if you were to want to put this build together to be already somewhat prepared to how to use it, and also share kind of my knowledge as I've played around with this one quite a bit recently, and I've quite enjoyed it. So yeah, let's go get started with the build layout. Anyhow, so over there. Let's put this one in the... See how long was it? Put VLC over here, actually. So 118. Also just checking that the audio is working. Oh, well, especially not out of sync. And yeah, let's go into this. Yeah. Actually, let's equip... What do I have on the build picture? A rifle. Let's maybe put a rifle there. That does make sense as well, as a secondary. Oh, that's why I don't have that rifle. We don't have any good ones, really. Ah, fuck it. I'll just go with that. Oh, you know what? Let's have Sleipnir there. That's kind of a setup tool. Yeah. Let's actually have that. Have this gonna be here. Yeah. Let's have a little bit of contrast there. Let's equip this, just so we're holding that. There we go. And yeah, let's do the layout part. So yeah, gear first. Explain why Langmo. These two, Coyote, weapons, skills, specialization. Actually, no, I should do it the other way around. Yeah, weapons first, and then specialization, then skills. Yeah, so like that, in that order. Yeah. And let's get started with this showcase. And starting off with showing the build, as I've kind of have it on the build picture there as well, as we'll see in a second. And that is 3 pieces of Langmo here with the chest, with the glass cannon on the chest as well, which means this is a super unicorn. We'll come back to that in a second. Then a Coyote, Contractors, and Fox. Contractors and 4-piece Langmo, of course, are kind of, or 3-piece Langmo, those 4 pieces together are kind of a no-brainer. All of them apply to LMGs, of course, and especially as well, one of the ways to kind of look at this 3-piece Langmo, because it might seem kind of expensive to kind of go into this route, of course, with investing basically into two things that we're, 2 brand bonuses that we're really not using. But the way to kind of see it is that this LMG, this 30% LMG, just see it as a 10% LMG, 10% LMG, 10% LMG. Kind of like the same as Petrov. It's kind of the same amounts basically spread over those. And then the other stuff is just not even a bonus, but it's not a hindrance either. And that's kind of the way to look towards the Langmo setup as we kind of have it. That is why Langmo as well has become kind of the go-to for the Pestilence, as that does scale off of weapon damage, especially. The Contractors here, then, of course, with that damage to armor is very nice as well. The damage to armor will apply to the pesty ticks as well. And of course, Contractors is just, especially if we're using an LMG, which we are here, one of the best picks we can put in there. The Fox's Prayer, as it comes into here, is of course for that damage to targets out of cover. We're not really making use of that rifle. We could actually have a rifle secondary, which is actually what I have on the build picture. But here, I've gone with a Sleipnir, for instance, as a secondary, as that can also situationally be pretty useful. And then we're pairing it here as well with the Coyote. The Coyote is a point of contention I've kind of found with a lot of people. And that's also one of the things as to how this build is kind of set up. This isn't the highest tick. It's not even close to the highest tick. You can definitely go for the highest tick. And I've said tick so much that it has lost all meaning in my brain. But overall, that is, to me, not the better way to set this up. The build itself can do a lot of damage. The tick can do a lot of damage. Speccing into the tick to get it just a little bit higher, but losing a lot on the build, is to me the wrong way to go. Overall, what I want is a balance between what the build itself can hit for, and then have a really good tick alongside of it. Because there's a point which you'll reach where the tick is actually strong enough to kill, and then it will basically just start killing stuff and bouncing around, keeping up our backpack talents, for instance, in this case with Perfect Ensemble Force, keeping that kind of going. It's kind of doing its own thing, and in the meantime, we can do our thing. That's also why everything is kind of set up towards crit chance crit damage. This is a crit chance crit damage high-end setup, basically. We're not just going for the tick alone, because of course, yeah, with a Sawyers, for instance, you can push that number up way higher than, for instance, a Coyote. But a Coyote, holistically to me, makes the most sense here to make up for that crit chance, crit damage that we kind of need to get to decent numbers, and then so that we can kill with the main weapon, and then together with that, we have a really strong tick. Not the highest, but strong enough. Here then as well, yeah, we're pairing it with Perfect Unstoppable Force. I'm going to cut it there as I'm getting raspy, but I'm just going to use that moment. I'm just going to cut off that, and then we're going to have come in with the talents, basically. Yeah, let me catch up here. Got a lot of some looking gear. I mean, yeah, most of my stuff is maxed out. Like I've played this game quite a bit. And I've even like over multiple accounts even and stuff. And yeah, but some of my accounts combined, I think the last time we kind of checked it was like reaching towards 11k hours, right? Which yeah. You know, I'm not. You know, I regret nothing. I've enjoyed those hours. Where is it? China is a big. I mean, yeah, China back then just wasn't the powerhouse it is now when he was writing. So, and neither child only has HD. I mean, there's people with much higher. I'm gonna do a view explaining every modifier. The thing is, they're not too hard to kind of understand. The thing is, I feel I was kind of expecting a bunch of people to do those kind of videos, but nobody really did. I was kind of leaving it to others to kind of do it. But for instance, DJ Tickle does have a bunch of videos kind of going into that. They're not hard to kind of parse. The thing is as well, it's just really like liability and by the teeth are really good picks. And then you kind of pair that depending on your build with either Quicken or Retribution. Well, Retribution more so first if you need the crit chance. Otherwise, Quicken is a really good pick. And otherwise as well, the 2 weapon handling ones, depending on what range you're kind of in, is really good picks. Plus Persistence. So yeah, the modifier system doesn't per se require too much of a look. 31 headshot, crit chance, wicked Providence, backpack. Kind of depends. Ridgeway is available at those levels, right? I think it can come from the, so that guy might be a usable piece for that, but it kind of depends on if you want to go that route. Yeah, it's a really fun game, exactly. Well, as well, like you don't need that many hours. Just have fun. Yeah, so we're jumping into the backpack talent. So, which is where I'm gonna kind of cut in. Actually, yeah, let me, because it's been too long now. I've forgotten where I was. Not the highest, but strong enough. Here then as well, yeah, we're pairing it with Perfect Unstoppable Force. And let's get started. So we're doing kind of, but strong enough. Yeah, let's just cut it. We'll cut it together from there because I was starting to become super raspy. Yeah. She was here. And going on to the talents that we kind of pick. Here especially, seeing as we're going for that 3-piece Langmo, we're going for this Perfectly Unstoppable Force. I feel Perfect Unstoppable Force would be just as good of a name for it, but they went with Perfectly. I remember as well back in the PTS and such, and when they announced it, it's kind of being, you know, a stickler for this one. And then yeah, in this case, Perfectly Unstoppable Force. We have 2 stacks more basically, instead of 5 stacks instead of I forgot how perfect lens. I was so focused on that I kind of forgot what that. Yeah, it's 5 stacks still. It's 7% per stack. That's how it works. I was about to say it the other way around. Yeah, let's take that again. And then for our talent choices, we're going here with Perfectly Unstoppable Force. I feel this should be just Perfect Unstoppable Force. That is a perfectly fine name for it. But yeah, I went with Perfectly Unstoppable Force, which yeah, I was a stickler for as well in the PTS and when they kind of announced that they went with this wording. And here, of course, it is the backbone. That is the named Langmo backpack that has this talent, this perfect talent. And what we get here is basically the same 5 stacks, but we get 2% more per stack. Now, if we were to want to use this by itself, what would generally happen is that, yeah, it is still worthwhile using, but if we're not using it, for instance, in a 3-piece as we're here with the LMG, you basically give up somewhat of damage because of the other brand bonuses. But here, of course, we're kind of using it in conjunction with an LMG, and we're getting that LMG bonus out of it. So overall, even in comparison to something like Vigilance or something on a normal Lengmo backpack, I feel overall this is well worth it. Here as well, even with 3 stacks, we're already at 21. And we can get stacks pretty quickly as well, of course, because overall this build, I tend to just use it mostly solo, so we can get going pretty quickly with a few kills. And I will prioritize going for enemies that I will kill quickly, starting off on some reds and such, for instance, just to get this stacked up, of course. And then we're pairing that here as well with glass. We'll be actually showing it as well with the perfect glass cannon version in a second. And I'll kind of run both in the gameplay parts. But this one is the Lengmo with the glass cannon. This one, of course, is a super unicorn. This will come with a blue core, so you need to find all 3 stats and then record it. This is best done basically by crafting for it and trying to get it that way, which is the way that I got it. This one's crafted. But as well, I'm actually going to say here, and might be a little bit controversial, that might be not even worth it per se. It is overall that I have it. It is the preferred way I run it, but it isn't a large enough difference to really go out of your way to try to get this super unicorn. And you can basically run the perfect glass cannon chest together with a Lengmo knee pad as an alternate version. You're basically giving up the Fox's Spur at that point. And that is actually a very fine enough setup for this as well, especially starting out. So don't per se go outright out for this Lengmo chest until maybe if you're like really like this build and you have nothing else to kind of farm for. That's the point to kind of go for this. Kind of like the Habsburg. You shouldn't just get them just to get them. Do it only if you're really going to use it quite often. It is a minor upgrade to this, which is, and it comes at a heavy cost if you don't accidentally just get one as a random drop here or there. Then yeah, of course, we're pairing it with the Coyote as its talents, and we're especially going for this mid-range buff of it. Where we get a little bit of crit chance out of it and a little bit of crit damage. We especially need a little bit of crit chance, crit damage to get up to that 60. We're now at 49.5 and 141 crit damage. So respectable numbers, but we kind of need that mid-range to really make it to reach 59.5 and really extract a lot from our crit damage. Then going actually to the other star of the show, if Lengmo is one of them, the other one is the Pesty. Here as well, to make a note to talk about that, we're going with a crit chance rolled Pestilence. In any build where you're really kind of relying on crit chance, crit damage, going with crit chance as the third stat on any and all LMGs, instead of DTA or rate of fire or the DTH, crit chance overall gives you the best overall gains as long as it is a crit chance based build. So there's, for instance, of course, the famous triple tick build for Pestilence as well, which we'll actually like in the future build showcase. There, you can make a case for DTA because we're not really a crit chance, crit damage based setup. Here, of course, the way that we have it here, we're very much are. So yeah, we're going crit chance our set. In the calculations as well, I'll show actually how much of a difference that does make because our tick would scale off of DTA, for instance. So our tick does go up, but we lose so much more damage on the build end. Here then as well, I'm kind of pairing it with just some LMG here, the Sleipnir. Although seeing with this one especially as well, with the Fox's Spur version, we can get a rifle in this, and especially if we kind of run out of ammo, the rifle is still very much bonus. Now, of course, a lot of our bonuses do not apply to that rifle, but at least we have the Fox's Spur to kind of bump up its damage. The Contractor's still applying, of course, its DTA and such. Then, as well, having a TDI card custom for that skill tier, but this is, of course, more just for in group settings where we kind of use this for our Revive Hive settings. Although, as well, something like if you want to min-max it out, if you're using some of the skills and such, for instance, here with the Pulse, if I were to pull out my pistol and then Pulse, we get an extra skill tier. We get a tiny bit more duration on it, as we'll actually go see here. We have a little bit more effect duration from that. Minor things, but yeah, we can kind of min-max that way. And of course, actually, yeah, to talk about the Pestilence talent as well, as we kind of glossed over that. The Pestilence, the way that it works is that it basically applies a debuff on the enemy, specifically a debuff. It isn't a status effect or anything else. It is a debuff, and because of that as well, isn't affected by status effect or such. It is as well, just as with the Magic the Gathering, kind of reading the card kind of explains the card. Here, reading the talent explains the talent, except for if there's some wrong words in it, of course. Here, though, this one is fine. This is from year one still, and those are mostly fine as they did them a little bit more diligently, I would say. And then here's, yeah, hits apply a debuff dealing 100% weapon damage over 10 seconds. This stacks up to 50 times. Whenever an enemy dies with this debuff, 100% of the stacks are transferred to a nearby enemy within 25 meters. So basically, hitting an enemy starts putting the debuff on them. The debuff does damage to them depending on how many stacks are on them, so how many hits have been made there. And then it scales off of weapon damage. Whenever the game basically talks about weapon damage, what it basically means is the non-crit hit. So one easy way actually to calculate out our maxed out Pestilence ticks would be just to take our non-crit hit on that certain enemy and then times 5 it in this case. So if we times 5 it, we basically get out our tick from that number. You can just derive it from that. And then, yeah, whenever that enemy dies from either you shooting them or from the tick or from any other source, as long as they die, the debuff will spread to a nearby enemy within 25 meters. So yeah, this is not infinite range, but it is quite wide and will spread by itself quite consistently. And what you can also do is try to sometimes get multiple stacks going, because it's not dependent on, for instance, the way that the Mosquito is, where you fire at one enemy and then if you fire at another enemy, do you lose the other stacks? No. If you fire at multiple enemies, you can have multiple stacks going. But what will happen is when one of them dies, eventually it will kind of like pull together and kind of come to like one super debuff on the enemy. And then as well, we're pairing that here with Gunner as our specialization. That is very much a good pick for any LMG. And 1 in 3 reloads being better, that weapon handling when standing still, the rate of fire when we get a kill. All of those are really good picks. We're kind of playing this as well, mostly solo. I would consider this mostly a solo build. I wouldn't consider this over strikers for group play, although it can stand its own there as well. Skills-wise, of course, we're going to go with this Revive Hive. It is too useful to give up a 1-up as we have it, and it will pick you up as well if you go down just solo. And then I'm pairing it here with the Scanner Pulse, but of course you could have a bunch of talents here, or a bunch of skills here. Pulse is very nice just to know where all of the enemies are at the start and kind of know where you kind of want to start your pesty ticks going, because especially if you're at the start able to kill a few things quickly, a few reds, instead of going for instance for an elite, we can get that unstoppable force kind of starting to go. That will help with further kills and such. So I do like having a pulse, and we'll use that here as well. Let's go to the build picture and kind of discuss it more there. Yeah. Okay, so this middle one gets to go. These two together are hopefully, okay, it's a little long, but yeah, but we've already said most of the things we want to say, so the build picture should be fast. Also, yeah, let me catch up here as I also saw somebody donating, but early as we're kind of recording there. And hey there, Strong and Grand, and yeah, thank you so much there for the for the donation there. Oh, it's always very much appreciated, and yeah, Thank you for wasting some money this way. We'll be sure to waste it on some apparel in the coming weeks when they put out new bundles. That's usually where that goes. But thank you very much. Using wheels on Division 2, you're very helpful. And yeah, thank you for the kind words as well. And yeah, glad you like it enough indeed to give that vote of confidence. Much appreciated. I'm back by my Cheska glass striker. See this brand is overall, because nowadays Cheska does get beaten by the perfect glass. Brahmanas of time women, yeah. Is that over unsolved % group of? Oh yeah, by a lot. You gotta remember that like Grupo at best is like yeah, 6-7%. Same for some, yeah. Nowadays as well, Cheska is like not as high anymore. But keep in mind that, yeah, for instance, in that case, Perfect Glass also. Nowadays, Perfect Glass does beat Cheska as well. Unless you're like really struggling for chance. Because that's the other setup we're kind of going to discuss here. That's also like what in the calculation is like the big other setup. Do Memento or Striker stack the max pestilence stakes? Striker stacks, no. They are, even though the game here says that they're total weapon damage, they aren't. It's not. It's a separate multiplier. So, actually, yeah, good point. Yeah, because there the white damage would go up as well. We need to. Yeah, I should make it clearer than that. Good point. But Memento does basically everything that is weapon damage and total weapon damage, DTA, DTOC, DTH. Actually, so for instance, here we have this calculator. On these parts, we're actually calculating the tick basically as its own thing here. And basically what goes in there is weapon damage, well, base, weapon damage, total weapon damage, any amps that would apply to it. So glass would apply to it here, of course. Then DTA or DTH, and then DTOC. And yeah, basically leaving out headshot, crit chance, and crit damage. But also, for instance, yeah, if we had striker stacks or heartbreaker stacks, those are also separate things. So that's actually a good point that I should kind of. But actually, yeah, we'll discuss that when we get to the calculations, because actually the thing that I said earlier, but we'll clarify it here, is yeah, it's the white damage times 5. It's the white damage times 5 as long as it's not a gear set. Is the right way to say it, man. We'll fix that when we get here, basically. But for now, let's go to the build picture. Let's zoom in. Let me have my red circle. Layers? Oh, the devs, you mean? I mean, yeah, that's one of the famous wrong texts. It's annoying that it's been around that way for forever, but hopefully they'll eventually get to them. But luckily as well, it's not too hard to figure out what is and isn't separate multipliers. You just calculate the thing out. If it doesn't match in game the way that it says, then it's not working the way it says. No worries. This is up there. So, yeah. And yeah, thanks for hopping in, 12 nickels, and we'll catch you around. Yeah, let's get to this. Yeah. Nah, I want to have those damage numbers. Yeah, let's get going. And continuing on indeed with its build picture. Here Here we have all of the stats up, of course, and this will be linked down below as well if you want to have a closer look to it. These are the build pictures from the build collection, and they basically lay out how the build is set up, some of its stats and its talents and its what brand bonuses goes for, and sometimes as well alternate versions, as we'll discuss in a sec. And yeah, we did see the build, of course, already with that crit chance bestie. The only thing to kind of make note of here is that, yeah, everything is with crit chance, crit damage, and especially crit damage wherever possible, except for one spot. That spot doesn't matter per se where it is, but you basically need one extra crit chance than you would need instead of just going all crit damages everywhere with that crit chance third stat there. We need this one crit chance. That lands us on this 49.5 together with a 141. With the Coyote at mid-range, of course, we're going to 59.5 and then 151. Close enough for government work, basically, to to get to those to the crit cap, basically close enough. Any trying to add anything more, like another 6 or something, which is really our only options because we don't have any weapon damages here, or damage or weapon mods here available to alter. Anything else over that would be, of course, a humongous waste because we would waste basically 5.5 out of a 6 crit chance mod. But yeah, we need basically one extra crit chance in there. I'm putting that here in the mods slot basically, but yeah, it could be on the Fox Spread, it could be on the contractors. Basically, it's free placement of that one wherever you want it to be. Yeah, that's the kind of what we want to go for to kind of get the crit chance crit damage nice on the Pestilence, because of course it doesn't have any mods for crit chance crit damage. It only then will have that third stat, which yeah, does hurt it a little bit on the DPS end, but of course, yeah, it is what it is, and we'll have to use it that way. And then as well here, actually, yeah, on the build picture, I'm showing it paired with a rifle. Here, though, still with with Boomerang. In the future, I will likely change this. Very much Killer would be my pick, especially as we kind of discussed. This is much more of a solo-ish, maybe small groups, 2-man, 3-man kind of thing setup. And there you go, Killer would work perfectly fine. Here we're showing the numbers. It's damage numbers with grade 25. And yeah, on grade 25, we hit pretty hard. And we have also the tick here. Then we have actually an alternate version. So what we could go with, as we kind of discussed, as a much cheaper version as well, is just to have a full red sacrifice chest, which isn't per se hard to get, of course. We're not recoring it or anything. Together with the Lengmo knee pads. Keeping this Lengmo basically off of the chest where it needs to be a super unicorn to fit in there. And then kind of pushing that Lengmo over here, getting a perfect sacrifice in, which of course has 5% more on its glass. And overall, if we kind of compare them here, what we see is actually that the crit hit on this one is actually higher than this, but actually the base hit on this one is a little bit higher. That's of course the difference of that 10 detox or this 8 detox being here from the Fox's Prayer. And we basically, on the crits, it's a little bit higher on the main crit, but it's actually lower, or actually on the headshot, it is actually higher on both. But then the tick as well is a little bit lower. It is actually just a tiny bit lower. Let's actually go to the calculation sheet where we'll kind of start comparing these as well. Yeah, let's see, those 3 minutes something. Let's go to over here. And then let's go to here. Also, let me put my circle somewhere useful again. Or I lose it. Yeah. Let me catch up here. Rifles Mark 17 with detox. Yeah, I mean, well, the weapon, like any rifle, is gonna be with detox anyway, alongside of it. But yeah, that Mark 17, and then preferably as I kind of said there with Killer rather than the Boomerang I still have on that picture. Jessica on this building, I see the ceiling definitely a little higher. That means being slightly lower than the perfect. The difference is all the numbers, but I should know. The tickets especially so much higher is the big difference between them, because they land up around the same damage, if I remember correctly, but then you have like 5% more on the tick. Oh well, not 5% because it's basically an additive 5%, so it's 4.something% on the tick as well. So build specific to non-Jordan Coyote. Ah, okay. But yeah, and this one especially, like, yeah, kind of depends, because the holster is also really good pick and stuff, of course, but I'm kind of avoiding that. Actually, I should say that as well here with it. So with this, oh, on Striker. Oh yeah, on Striker, it would likely lean the other way just because of crit chance differences. But even there, the tick would just be like as well a bunch higher. Because I think there as well, perfect sacrifice or a perfect sacrifice, perfect glass would be likely the better pick. But then also, or well, actually, yeah, contractors, of course, right? That's the thing to leave out for. Yeah, they're. Oh yeah, no, that would basically be the same, right? The crit would be higher on, and kind of depends as well if you're kind of putting in headshot in as a percentage or something. Some DTH does not work, but DTA does on ticks. It's been a while since I've messed around with the ticks. Was it that DTH doesn't apply? I think it's usually, yeah, we don't have any DTH anyway on the build. Yeah. I don't know, that's not how I took it either. But yeah, now it becomes a little bit more understandable. Yeah, let's jump in this. Let's go and so that be that. Okay, so that, and then this and that. Okay. And we'll start on those calculations here. We have 3 of them in a row of multi-calculators. If you're not familiar with these are multi-calculators of my design. I use them quite a bit. They're also available, and I'll link to them down below, where you can go and use them for yourself as well. But what is happening here is basically input happens down here, output happens up here, and we're mostly looking at comparing our outputs in burst and sustain. Although here as well, everything with the tick will be in red, everything with the DPS plus the tick. So we're basically taking a full tick and then putting it together with the DPS as like a combined DPS, because the tick, of course, is once per second. That's also one of the reasons that I kind of lean more towards having the build be very high on its DPS as well, because as we kind of see here, if we kind of start looking at it, is that the build itself here on burst DPS, and then as well with these kind of additions to it, with our DTOC kind of at 90%, our DTA at 60%, our headshot at 20%. This is kind of the general picks that I generally go for comparing builds with, to try to keep them a little bit more fair, because especially if we're kind of just putting DTA always on and comparing maybe, let's say, an LMG, which has with some DTA from a contractors versus an AR, and then having its DT HP off or something. It's kind of a bad way to compare stuff. So yeah, we're kind of setting numbers, and then yeah, as well, headshot not to be always on, because we don't have headshot 100%. So we're just I'm just picking these numbers basically. Together with that, we're putting in a grade 25 weapon, as that's what I have available. We could of course go up to grade 27, but I actually haven't updated any of my pestilences yet up to that. And that's kind of important here because we're using as well this upper right corner, this little block. This kind of shows our hit numbers in game, and I've checked that those align with what I have and have equipped. But then, yeah, we have the Lengmo glass version. So if we're starting here with basically the build as I showed it there, then together with that, it's stick. For the stick here on a build that doesn't have any weird multipliers or such, because for instance, yeah, earlier on I said it's basically the body shot without crit is the amount that it's times 5 is the amount that the tick is. That's kind of how we're calculating it here. But it's only basically that for the modifier or for the pools that apply. So for instance, if we had striker is a separate multiplier, does not actually go into this calculation. Our white damage hits would actually be non-crit hits basically, would be of course a little bit higher, but yeah, it wouldn't be times 5 that because the striker stacks don't go in there. So as long as it's basically a high-end build, it is the times 5 as we kind of have them here. Later on for this, we'll be actually having a few striker setups and we'll actually calculate them out correctly. But yeah, what we have here is everything comparing kind of to this top slot in its percentages. If we take the burst DPS of the build itself, we have kind of like 9.5-ish with these settings. Then the tick at most is basically an 1.48 as we have it here, or 4.6. That is 15% of our DPS. To try to get this number much higher than this, we give up way too much. For instance, putting in a Sawyer instead of the Coyote that we have there, we would give up way too much of our burst DPS to kind of attain a little bit more tick. And to me, it is very much, this build is very much a balance of the bestie tick and also still hitting hard. That's what I kind of go for. That's my philosophy around it. And that's also why we're combining basically one tick, although of course this is, in the game it kind of works differently. Sometimes you have maybe even multiple ticks going on, or you have like 60 stack on this guy and 60 stacks on that. We could go with 1,000 different permutations. I'm just going to stick with one, which is one full tick, 100 stacks, which of course requires 100 hits to get there as well. You got to remember that as well. It isn't a quick thing to stack up, but especially in longer fights, it will have a full stack kind of going around. And yeah, we're kind of looking then at the DPS combined here, and we're basically getting out of that talent, we're getting around a 15% if we're kind of getting this tick going. But there is, of course, some value to damage just being done, as we'll kind of discuss in the gameplay. Damage just being done without you actually firing to enemies as well. That might be in cover, that might be somewhere that you can't really reach them, that may have ran away, which are trying to maybe heal as well. It will stagger enemies continuously here and there, even with a few stacks on them. And that is the value of this build. It isn't per se just shown in its DPS or its combined DPS plus stick. It is much more, when you use it, you notice how useful it is to basically have some damage going around. And especially on longer fights, how powerful that can be as well. Try to show later on. Then we have here as well as we have the Coyote, of course. If we were to have the Coyote, we're setting it here at 15 to 25. What happens if it's at 0 to 15 and at 25 plus? This build is, of course, very optimized to be in that mid-range buff. We're kind of extracting as much from it with that 49.5 as we can. And of course, then the 10 crit damage is also used well. So what we see is basically if you have the long range buff, we do lose about 3%. When we have the short range buff, we lose about 4%-ish of our DPS. And that's kind of fine. We kind of want to live in that mid range, try to be mostly there. And especially as well, it's better to be the way that we're set up, better to be a little bit longer range than try to be shorter range. The difference though is not much here, of course. Here then as well, we have actually just as a comparison point, I have actually just a perfect glass cannon set up, just the Fox's Prayer plus contractors, 3-piece Providence, Coyote setup with just the M249 without a talent yet added into it. And we also kind of see that that is around the same damage as the Pestilence, because the M249 is, of course, the base weapon for this. There as well, it could have 150 rounds. It has the same reload there. But that by itself already is basically 2% ahead. That comes down to, yeah, that weapon having 3 spots to put either crit chance or crit damage. And this Pestilence not having that, of course. This is also with the crit chance third stat. This is before a talent. That's kind of also the thing. This build isn't per se the hardest hitting LMG build, because if we kind of introduce Killer, let's say, to this, and we just go into this cell and go plus 70, so for when it is active, and we go back, yeah, it's even with a tick going around, this build, a perfect glass cannon build with just an high-end LMG with a good talent, can definitely outperform this, and very consistently as well. And yeah, that's something to consider, because yeah, this isn't per se a really high damage build. But what it is a high damage build because it's a glass red, but it isn't per se the hardest hitting with the main shots. But of course, and even combined, it doesn't really actually match up to other builds with better talents. But of course, it can do special things, as we'll kind of see in its gameplay. Here as well, we have a Obliterate Striker with an MG5 instead. Yeah, that's even, of course, much higher, and even much higher sustain as well, as the M249 is actually a much worse sustainer, again without the talent here. So we would gain even more once we put in Killer or Measured or something like that. So do consider that. But this has its own place as well, and I've been quite enjoying it, because yeah, I do have these builds, but yeah, I've been picking this one quite consistently as well. Yeah, let's move on to the second one. I'm gonna cut it there. How long was that? 9. I may want to redo that. That is way too long for that. Wait, how long is it altogether so far? $27. Yeah, let's just burn through these other two, because both of them should be just a few minutes. Actually, I will scroll that as we go here. Yeah, go away, Discord. You're in my way. Yeah. Actually, yeah, no, let's just go here. And with this second one, indeed, we kind of have a setup here. It is important for me to point out that basically we have 6 different builds here comparing. It's with the 2 rows. On the second row, we're kind of calculating out the tick as well. And the way that these are ordered, and also the percentages are kind of comparing to the ones in this top slot. But yeah, it's basically the burst and the sustain on these 2 points. And then the red one is the tick number. And then the green one is the combined number of burst plus 1 tick, basically 1 full 100 stack tick. And then, yeah, they're comparing kind of to this top slot. What we have here is actually the Lengmo glass, as we had it, as I have it there in game. But we'll also actually show it with the perfect glass cannon, as I kind of talked about with the Lengmo being then on the knee pad instead of the Fox's Prayer. Those two are the 2 main versions I would kind of consider for this. What we see is actually that the burst on the perfect glass is kind of higher. Same for the sustain, a little bit higher actually for that setup. So why would we go for that? The answer is kind of a little bit in here. The tick on the other one is on the Lengmo setup is a tiny bit higher. And then together with that, the combines are basically the same. But where would we even consider this Lengmo version then, if this one is a bit higher, but we just lose a tiny bit of tick? That difference between 50% more incoming damage and 60% incoming damage is definitely felt. Now, it isn't as big of a difference, but together with this is also not a big difference. So we kind of go with the with our numbers here between the two. I would prefer overall to have that 50% incoming instead of 60. You do definitely feel it, especially against enemies that kind of do more chip damage than just a hard hitter. Of course, a sniper is going to take both of these to health gate. But against an SMG kind of pushing in on you and getting a few hits in, you definitely feel the difference between 50 and perfect glass cannon and not perfect glass cannon. So that is kind of my reasoning for that. And then also the tick is a tiny bit higher, and the tick is actually useful to be a tiny bit higher, although it isn't a significant difference. One other setup that I quite often see as well, and we'll kind of actually show it in the game, as actually the way that my loadout is saved is actually in that way, as I kind of went way too far, is with 4 pieces of Lingmo there, as we kind of see it. But then one of the way that gets recommended quite a bit is to run it like this without the Coyote, and then you can also go Sacrifice, and then you can keep the Fox's Prayer and the Contractors to have the 3-piece Lingmo. The downside of this, especially in kind of the way that we're kind of going, and the reason I do have the mask is actually, so this would be a good setup if somebody else is providing the Coyote. If we kind of go back and we kind of look at this one here, which is that setup, but then ran solo, and then we alter our crit chance and crit damage, and actually we go for this 55, which is better than going over 60 basically, which we one more mod would do. This is actually a better balance of crit chance, crit damage than losing another crit damage here as well and actually being at 60. And that one as just, yeah, it loses so much on the burst and sustain. And while the tick is actually higher, and you could maybe even argue that, yeah, that might be something to go for, I feel the combined of them, which is this green number here, is when compared to that Lingmo setup with the Coyote, the combined is so much lower. And I kind of like having, I feel this is too far, maybe giving up too much, just barely giving up too much for the tick instead of going for the DPS. Because yeah, we do lose quite a bit on that DPS. That Coyote is a very useful piece and a very strong piece. Then as well, we have actually 2 strikers here. We have strikers with a glass chest with Cheska. We have a strikers with a sacrifice with perfect glass chest. And kind of comparing as well, their DPS wise, of course, the strikers will with this pestilence hit much harder, especially at 100 stacks, which is what this is at. It's hitting much harder, but then actually the tick is of course much lower. Its combined, though, is still much higher. And this was kind of the thing that I was looking at the start of the season. And one of my things was as well just, okay, if we want to use the Bessie, just use it on Striker. It's kind of good enough. And, you know, overall, you do more damage. That one was kind of clear up front, as we might have guessed. But there is actually some value solo, and one of the reasons I don't per se just run it on a strikers and go with this Lingmo setup is that there is value to that tick being quite a bit higher than this, basically. It's going into at least 1 million, and maybe even a little bit higher than that, really does help out to make it be able to kill. And that is one of the things that I'll try to show in gameplay as well. But of course, yeah, we could go strikers and kind of get still pretty good numbers out of it. And then as well, just versus running an perfect glass cannon, just normally, and then with the pestilence on it. So not even speccing towards the 3-piece Lingmo, going with 3-piece Providence with Sacrifice Gift. There as well, I would say the specialized build is overall better. It doesn't per se win in the burst and sustain, as we kind of see here, and the reason for that is that the Lingmo 3-piece is actually really good. And as well, of course, here we're going Sacrifice Gift, so we're going a 25% versus a 35%, which, you know, might not be that fair actually. Let's actually bump this up to 35. I kind of now realize. And then we kind of see that actually the perfect glass cannon, if we were to go, but the thing is we couldn't go with the backbone just outright. We would have to change our stats a little bit because now we have 1-piece Lingmo in there. So yeah, we would lose a little bit of in that case, crit damage. And then you would lose out here. But yeah, going Sacrifice Gift, overall is still even an option. But yeah, I feel the Langmo setup is better for it overall. Then as well, we have just one final one quickly for a Pestilence with a crit chance, Pestilence with a DTA, third stat. The DTA, of course, will apply to our ticks. Then we have the numbers as we had it with the first one, where we have basically the burst and the sustain, and then the tick, and then the DPS plus tick combined. And what we see here when we kind of compare them all together is actually that the bestie with a DTA, it's losing, well, just under 2% on its burst and sustain. It's because here we're comparing basically the tick versus the ticks versus each other, and the DPS plus ticks versus each other. The tick is kind of 3.44% higher on the DTA version, but then actually the combined of them is a little bit lower. It isn't a humongous difference. This is still just 1% and a little bit. But overall, I feel having the build hit a little bit harder instead of the tick going a little bit harder. But yeah, you could go either way if you, for instance, already have a DTA one and you don't wanna reconfigure it. Although as well, if it is graded, you can actually reconfigure it and it will keep its grading. As just to put that out there, as I know, a bunch of people still don't know. But yeah, overall, we could go either way, but yeah, I'm going with the crit chance version here. But this is one of the few places where DTA could be made, or you could make a case for it for LMGs, and that is just because it also applies to the tick, of course. It's that tick that kind of brings up its numbers just barely. So yeah, let's take this now into some gameplay and then discuss it further there. A lot of talking. That's still 8. Wait, how long is this already? 36. It's fine. I'm gonna happy enough with it. Yeah, let me see if I missed anything here. Oh, it's not even a pesty build. Okay. I was kind of considering it as a pesty. Yeah, no, then, yeah. Then Jessica will win, yeah. No, I just was like on this. Okay, I kind of, but yeah, I think I just read on this build as being, you know, this build. Because yeah, the perfect class would beat it with the tick, especially, but like if it's using Pestilence. But yeah, if it's not using Bestie, then yeah, let's actually grab our Grade 25 Bestie here. And let's start actually. Something to target it. Is there a control point we haven't shown in a while? Yeah, demolition site would be a good one. Yeah, we'll go there. So let's first show the cheap version. I need the Langmo new pass right here. That's not knee pads. That's knee pads. Yeah, and then without the graded weapon. Yeah. And for our outing here, we'll start actually with kind of the cheaper version, as we kind of discussed it there, which is, yeah, taking out the Fox's Prayer, putting that Lengmo piece to that knee pad slot as we had it, and opening up a slot for the Sacrifice to slot into there. Also here, I'm going to first use it. While I do have a grade 25 Pesty at the ready, we'll use that later. Let's start with a grade 01 to kind of just show, you know, what this build can do, even if it's not per se at its best. And then we'll later on switch over to having its best in its best close. And yeah, let's go do a few control points with this. Yeah, we'll start with demo side. Also show the cheese with it, because we do always like showing the cheeses. I think it's been a while since I've done this one specifically, right, for the cheese version. I'm gonna check if there's a name group. Oh, modifiers are on. Well, let's set modifiers, and then later on we'll turn them off after. So we don't want modifiers per se here.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Yeah, I just want these guys not to be here. And also I want the modifier markers gone. So let's just die here. Do this. I'm just gonna toss my hive away.
Immediate medical
Shoot
assistance
me in the
needed.
butt. Yeah.
Hostile restore hive detected.
And let's just despawn them. Like if they've been in a fight, they'll just despawn them. So I just want them gone. Now the named group is basically not gonna be there. I'm not sure that does I actually put them on cooldown. Usually I haven't really tested it that way. Should I have some? Yeah, let's not have directives on for this one. Later on we'll turn some directives on. Just gonna go close enough to this X. It's kind of annoying that actually in PvE it also puts down this X, and then like when you get closer, it's on the minimap. But then yeah, when you get closer, it's kind of like the dropped items in DZ. Just don't want it on the map there. Just to, act like we never died. Yeah. We should make sure everything's in that folder. Okay. Let's get going here. Also, wait, let me go over here, so I have that to check out. Yeah, let's hit record. And here we're coming up to demolition site. And yeah, we're gonna as well take this time to kind of show a cheese here. I'm hoping most people know it already. We have it here without directives, without the modifier as well. We might show it off with the modifier in a bit, but first off, just, you know, kind of the basics, just also so I can more easily talk. As we kind of talked about, we want targets to kind of easy kills to get our backpack talent, our unstoppable force going. That lady is a pretty good target. One thing that pesty builds always were pretty good for is control points, as we're kind of doing here. And one of the big reasons for that is that enemies will spawn here before all enemies are dead. And what I mean by that is, for instance, with a territory control or a public execution, the enemies start spawning, the next wave spawns when every enemy of the past spawn is dead. That means that actually the pesty ticks don't get to spread around. And yeah, here we're reaching that point. Notice how that red already died, this purple is going to die to the tick, and every time that the tick actually jumps around, it completely refreshes to full. it goes back to its full duration. And that's actually one of the things. So here I'm killing this one. My tick is kind of killing that one. I'll finish it off. That is the strength of this. You will oftentimes have the tick kind of moving around, killing some bunch of stuff. And especially on a control point like this, on heroic, with this, where there's enough enemies as well kind of spawning, and they are spawning as well. Once one enemy is left alive, the next wave is spawning. This one as well, of course. I picked one that is kind of compact, but also we're going to kind of show it here. We're going to show it here with a little bit of cheese, as we oftentimes like doing here. And that is that the reason I didn't call them in here is that there is a much better way to do it. First of all, to not have, for instance, these guys to deal with. We'll just take them out of it. But the enemies just spawn from one position here. They have one sewer that they spawn from. Also, it is one of the few places where you can stand outside of the zone and actually still get going. They spawn from behind this statue. So instead of letting them actually get out and spread out and be a nuisance, we're just gonna start murder them here as they come out of the sewer. Because, yeah, they are, of course, moving very slow. And here, actually, so we have a full pesty stack going. I'm just going to help it along a little bit. And the next wave will kind of spawn before the previous one generally does. But for instance, there, we killed it actually too fast between the two. But, yeah, we got some stacks going. One of the things you may have already noticed as well is that the marker for it is kind of broken, basically. It doesn't always show up. It doesn't always show the correct amount of duration for it. It doesn't sometimes even show up at all. And that's one of the downsides. So for instance, there, that enemy, I refresh the duration on it when I shoot it. You will continuously refresh it if you're shooting at the enemy. But then, yeah, as it jumps around as well, it would. And there, it weakened that enemy to make it very easy for us to kind of finish it off. And there as well, that's kind of the way to cheese this, and now we have to kind of wait for our allies to get here. Actually, while they're coming, let's go actually do this territory control over on the side here, because they'll take their sweet time. And we can at the end of it as well. Once they've captured, we'll still be close enough that they'll capture it. Because, for instance, on the other hand, we have things like territory controls here, where once I kill the very last enemy, that's when the next wave spawns. So you will always basically lose your pestilence stick. That's why, for instance, control points are really a good way to go for the pestilence. But here as well, so getting my unstoppable force up, we have a red, we have a bunch of purples, but actually that rusher as well is a pretty quick kill. So yeah, I'm gonna start on this red. I'm gonna go for the rusher. Get that going. I'm actually gonna reload here. My tick will likely kill this guy. But I want to be ready basically for the next wave. And this is the strength of the pulse. I don't need to guess where the enemy is coming from. I can exactly know. I'm actually gonna hoping that would spread. But yeah, that was the sometimes as well. Mechanicals and such will actually receive the debuff. Here, the sniper is actually getting staggered. You saw her getting staggered there and losing her aim. That's also one of the strengths of a pesty setup, is that it will go around kind of like Negotiator. Has the same trait a little bit, where it will, when you're marking multiple targets and you're hitting one of them, basically, it will stagger the others. And it is definitely noticeable how much that actually keeps you alive as you're kind of going. Yeah, let's get our completion here. And we get the key chest as well. And I'm pretty sure that they captured demolition site as well. Let's jump over there. I'm going to go get my loot. But yeah, let's go do another control point with this similar setup. I want my loot. Even though we're build showcasing, I want my loot. Let's see, how long was that? 5.5, or 5 minutes 50 seconds. So twice yesterday I made the mistake of retrieving the zero shows on the again. That's good. Yeah. But would you be down to do a group deep descent run when the talent pool isn't such good? Yeah, I actually want to do a somewhat deeper run. And now as well, like the time's kind of opened up for it as well. Kind of want to do a 40. I want the tier 1. But yeah, it needs to be NV basically for that. Let's go up against another faction. What's another good one for this? Yeah, I mean, anything kind of works. I'm just going to close my eyes, move my mouse around, and then... Although I'm kind of controlling that. Wait, where did I land? Choke. Yeah, let's do no hope then. We'll also talk about the no hope part of it. Because my preferred way would also be just to do it 4-man. And then quite often we'll have some technical issues. At some point that becomes a 3-man. Which, yeah, kind of sucks still, man.
Come here. I've got new contracts.
Hostile control point nearby.
Ain't bandy. Yeah, let's go. Hi.
Serious trauma.
Launch your backpack. How did I not get his backpack there? Oh, don't you guys
Remember,
don't
you want us
engage.
dead. Moving towards them.
Don't worry. I got...
Let's go despawn them. You do that. Yeah. Although honestly, nowadays it's overall the most. Now year 1 was also pretty stable, but also year 1 didn't there wasn't much to go wrong yet. Because I remember like season 9 where basically everybody crashed sometimes. It was usually like once a week or something for me.
Rogue agent detected.
They're across from me. I don't want to deal with them at all, actually. I'm just gonna go deal with this. Actually, yeah, let's do an intro here. What is that? Some randoms? Rogues are there. Okay. And for that one, we'll do the No Hope Hotel. Also, just to, for those that may have never seen it before, if you're wondering why it's called No Hope Hotel, it is if you line it up kind of with these pillars here. Yeah, we have no rights, no hope, no unity. That's why it's No Hope Hotel. We have a patrol leaving here as well.
Detected.
And we have a patrol over there. Actually, I'm gonna go deal with these guys because they'll join our fight anyway as well. So I might get down here, but that's kind of fine. I kind of needed to hit the weak point on that thing, but we didn't in the end. I'm gonna take the reload. That other guy seemed more interested in my other... I especially don't want to aggro the control point yet, if we can avoid that. But yeah, of course, open world quite often has the downsides of, yeah, there being a ton of stuff. I'll just kill the owner. But yeah, I really needed to hit the side of that thing, or the side-mounted ammo pouch, but yeah, I didn't. Let's get up here. We haven't aggroed these guys yet. I'm also, yeah, not going to call it in again. Generally, I just don't, if I have the choice. The only difference is especially that you can't get rogues unless you actually call them in before the last enemy dies. One thing I kind of want to do is push up on them. And actually as well, be smart about some things. So for instance, that medic is kind of annoying. I'm actually going to toss a grenade there. That's going to be actually my opening gambits, basically. I'm going to get some stacks going. I'm going to come back to that guy. Kind of keeping a few enemies busy. Use the tools you have available to you. To kind of do what you need to do. And especially, yeah, foam grenades. Not the most useful in combat, but especially before combat has really taken off. Well worth grabbing. And yeah, we see kind of on that engineer, he has pesty ticks. It doesn't show a bar underneath it.
Let's go.
And that's one of the annoyances that kind of exists with the pestilence. I'm also gonna, yeah, put a ton of stacks on that. And now we have basically 2 half stacks kind of going of like pretty high amounts. We do want them to kind of spread before they run out, but they will as well because they are killing the enemies. And yeah, when it spreads, and yeah, there it's spread. And that guy has a full stack on him, and he's gone. Here, quite often, I would go sit on the street there and kind of shoot at all 3. We'll actually hang back here a little bit. I'm just gonna take this high ground. One thing with positioning, especially as well, is what you want to do is, for instance, this seems like a pretty obvious place to take cover, right? But the issue with this is, if I'm shooting over there and the wave spawns over there, and I'm kind of busy with them, that wave can kind of shoot me. If you can shoot everything, everything can shoot at you. What I like more is either, for instance, here you have 2 options. You have you can fall back a little bit and kind of use this kind of as cover and then kind of shoot those ways. Or I just use tall cover, as we all often do, of course. We have some tall cover over here, just using cover, but not the cover system. Anyway, we're going to call them in. This way as well, splitting it up into 2 fights. If I had a convoy coming up my butt, if I had other things, an extra patrol or some such, that's much less of an issue if you split it up into 2 fights. And I'm gonna hang here, use this stall cover, get shots of opportunity out. This shotgunner is actually gonna come in a annoying moment, but yeah, I have some place where I can ring around the Rosium. That grenade was well timed off of the grenade guy, or the grenade gal, honestly. And yeah, with a full pesty tick, it will actually kill an elite within the time. So one thing that you can kind of look at is with a full stack, we have, of course, we know our numbers basically. And here, even this like 1.4 that we have at max stacks. You can kind of do times 10. That is what your damage per pesty ticks will be. Kind of damage per mag, but then for that. So if the enemy's health is less than that number, that is the big difference maker. That's also why I'm kind of, yeah, at the start of the season, I was very much, you know, just use striker. Now I'm very much more, yeah, there is definitely some benefits to having it be over 1 million, because yeah, over 1 million means that at 10 stacks or at 10 seconds, what will happen is that it is over 10 million, and that is also around, well, 9.79 I think is the amount of million is the amount of an elite's health and armor pool combined. So then we have basically enough damage per mag kind of, or damage per tick to kind of actually kill an elite once it's kind of going at full blast. This guy chose to go live a different life. He was just off to find his new destiny. But yeah, this isn't Destiny, this is Division, so we just divided him by 0. Yeah, let's take it now to our other setup, and let's maybe go do some bounties with that. 6-6. So yeah, we've done kind of 11 minutes here.
Thanks.
Also, how bad was that joke? At least, you know, we didn't turn him into the last descendant. Made it even worse. Yeah, let's grab all this. Yeah, let's take it back to White House to kind of show what changes we're making.
Careful. You don't know.
You're doing golding at me, yeah. Shotgun out of nowhere. Although, well, I had my halt gate, so I can burn down an elite before they drop my gate.
Come on over and take a look.
Or well, drop my gate and then drop me.
Thank you.
And then also, then I get back up and still have a hive, of course. Yeah. Let's go take it up here. Looking at it going, something's off here. Yeah, something was off. Yeah. And for that, we're gonna go back to actually what we kind of had the build picture based around, which is, yeah, that Langmo chest, that super unicorn, that super annoying piece to get. But as we saw with the numbers, honestly, I'm feeling kind of like maybe I shouldn't per se recommend this setup. But this setup definitely also has some valuable sides. As we kind of saw, the tick is a tiny bit higher. We're losing a little bit DPS. But overall, yeah, it is to me a tiny improvement over the full glass version, especially as well as our damage incoming is also 10% less. You do feel that difference. You definitely do feel that difference. And that's kind of why I do lean this way. As well, we're opening it up to have a decently easy rifle secondary. Well, actually, we'll put that in. We might actually use it. And as well, here we're stepping it up to my grade 25 pestilence for my stash. We're pulling that out. And we're kind of going all in on the damage. And yeah, let's go do some bounties with this. Also, yeah, let's get... just those two. Yeah. Yeah. Might suck a little, but it might suck a lot. She doesn't even have, yeah. We have 3 challenging Black Dust Panties there. Should totally clean those up. It's all from dailies and stuff. These are also all from dailies. We did a bunch of dailies apparently recently. You know what? Hyenas isn't the worst per se. That's interesting. Oh yeah, I wouldn't per se know Destiny. Pretty like think of like Because, yeah. Indeed, it might be nothing, but it might be something. Is that supposed to be helpful, Earl? Because it's not.
Hey, we got a place we'll brew your coffee and feed you snacks.
Now let's get the key chest along the way.
Target near you.
Queenie Rain and Fancy. Well, hopefully this queen does not slay. Already in a fight. And here we're coming up on paying a bounty here in Constitution Hall. They seem to have found somebody to tango with already, and they seem to be losing. Which, yeah. Let's go see if they're willing to swap partners, and you know, if we can take the stance. And for this as well, we've turned on 3 directives. Somewhat in line with if we're going all in on kind of the damage end, you know, might as well also have some directives here. We do have I've kept up no regen and pistolero of this season. We do have cool skills, fog of war, and then also the special ammo directive. Especially cool skills here has led me to actually drop my hive. I do like having my pulse and using it. I'll risk not having the hive, and especially with this setup as well, with the tick being, or well, just either of the setups kind of, we have so much damage in our ticks sometimes that we can kind of hide and let the tick someone, you know, take someone down basically. And that does mean as well that especially some of the later enemies, sometimes when you would get kind of taken down, I can just hide and just let it tick do the work. And we don't per se need that hive, even on a glass build. I know a lot of people are very adamant that, you know, you can't run glass all the time. No, you can. You definitely can. Not only can you, we did. We used to quite a bit. Here I'm going to go for some of the easier to kill red targets. Again, getting my unstoppable force to be unstoppable perfectly even. And I'm kind of getting that going as well. When 2 ticks merge, like on that person, it does actually also refresh. So it refreshes basically whenever anything happens to it. If it gains stacks or such, or if it gets a kill and jumps around, it basically always just gains its complete timer reset, basically. That is actually one of the big strengths of Pestilence. And yeah, if it really didn't have that, it wouldn't have much. Here, with going from fight to fight, of course, we're going to lose Unstoppable Force. Unstoppable Force doesn't stay around for long enough for it to be carried over between big fights, unless they're like right next door. But we'll get it back. Well, that was pretty close to a decent 511 backpack. If you're wondering why I would even be like looking at those, you may want to look at some of my other build showcases. Again, we're gonna pulse here. The pulse is a very handy tool. I want definitely the sniper gone. That sniper is easy to kill. That sniper is easy to kill. Both of those are actually, of course, very dangerous enemies. My tick is actually on someone. There was whatever I put on that sniper, that was actually on someone. It didn't actually show up, but yeah, I've also there then put a fresh one in. And that's kind of the annoying thing, not seeing that marker. I hope they fix it, basically, pretty soonish. But here, just with a heroic bounty.
Target spotted.
We also have, of course, a bunch of enemies to kind of get a bunch of stacks on. I was kind of pre-firing there, but maybe I was a little bit too early. One of the tactics you can definitely use with all LMGs is basically, of course, LMGs as they become, as you keep firing them, they become much more and much more accurate over time. And what you can use that for is pre-firing basically a position, and then if the enemy comes into it, you're already kind of stable and accurate. And we're putting a pretty big stack on that heavy. I'm just gonna make sure that that stack kind of keeps going there. I might actually foam this guy because yeah, the combination of the two might be too annoying. But yeah, we can use all our tools. And here, for instance, for a little bit, we had kind of 2 ticks at close to full stack going, or at.
Target down.
And yeah, technically you can do more than even the tick plus DPS combined if you kind of get that going. But those situations are so rare. It's basically it only really happens on bounties and when you have multiple names out, or in boss fights where there's multiple names. Let's say Wall Street or such. And yeah, there you can of course kind of like with other builds kind of increase your DPS that way. Yeah, let's go find another spot to do a bounty in, and we'll continue talking about this build. Y25. I don't mind the different faction. Oh, Black Tusk in there actually. Yeah, it's gonna go to. Let's see if we can get a tick to kind of jump into the higher floor. Early Anders. What other talents would consider on the backpack? The other obvious one is to go vigilance. But here, seeing as we're going for that Lengmo pieces anyway, the back one kind of makes sense. Because our vigilance would be active from the start. But this is a build that I do take hits on. So, you know, you're kind of poking out for a while and stacking on enemies. So, go name group. Yeah. So I should take the name group too.
The target is nearby.
And here, while heading to that next bounty there, we'll take Strike Team India. We have a names group here. Let's actually take them out as well. And here especially, what I want to do with it is... This fight, for instance, as well, is a point where we have basically 5 enemies. Unless, for instance, a mechanical gets spawned, like maybe an RC car from that lady. So actually, we will get our ensemble force basically on the last enemy. When this guy dies, now it's 5 stacks. But even, of course, as we kind of discussed, even at 3 stacks, it's 21%. It's kind of competitive with vigilance, because we would go for that brand bonus anyway, or we're already going for Lengmo anyway. So we can't kind of gain something from a brand bonus there. Not at least in the kind of the layouts that we're kind of going for. So it still is overall one of the better choices. But yeah, the other options would be either to go vigilance, but yeah, you would kind of lose it whenever you get hits. And together with that, of course, as well, composure or companion could be used in certain ways, but neither I would kind of seriously consider. But here as well, we're kind of starting it up. One thing as well, actually, let's see if we can kind of do it. I'm gonna, although no, that's not gonna be enough time. Kind of left that enemy to die to that while I kind of rushed up. We might be able to, actually, just barely. If we get a kill fast enough, of course. No, just barely.
That's the target agent.
But yeah, if we could get a kill fast enough, we would have reset the timer on it, of course. We were just a little bit, we reached the room just in time, but yeah, we would have still needed to actually get a kill in. Although, of course, a lot of these enemies are not that hard. An assault turret does scare me somewhat from a named. So there, for instance, we had actually a full stack kind of on that mini tank already, and then the heavy died also with a full stack. The downside of that is that, yeah, you can't go over 100 stacks. When they kind of merge on that enemy, you just lose whatever the extra of it was. Yeah, we have a full stack on the boss. Although, yeah, we did lose it there. I should have kind of tried to refresh it earlier. Oh, on the named, yeah, not the boss per se, because that's usually a term reserved for the last guy. And pulse is really handy for some reasons. I don't want to per se push down because I don't know what line of sight that turret had. And I don't want to get murdered by turret because they're actually kind of hard to hit sometimes. And they might just have a sliver somewhere where they can't see you, and yeah, they will. At the end of the day, even though, for instance, in this case, I'm not perfect glass, I'm still glass, and that does hurt pretty quickly. The zone as well is gear mods, so yeah, not a bad place to check for some loot. I'll even get this one. What I should get as well, just because we were trying to get in here as quickly as possible, I went the quicker way. But actually, there's a key chest back here, and we have keys, so let's use them. Because if nothing else, sometimes these, well, we'll have a Acosta, of course, exotic components, very nice. But then, as well, just the 100 resources can be very handy as well. Being kept in combat here, I'm gonna make sure that I'm not, per se, in grave danger coming around the corner. And here again, as well, one of the things with positioning, so I could take cover there and kind of shoot at stuff, but much better than that, just poke out just enough of yourself to shoot at a certain enemy. Preferably also only one enemy. And this mini gun dog is definitely one of those places where, yeah, the difference is very much felt between perfect and non-perfect glass on your chest. And we have kind of a full stack going. I'm actually gonna try to get it to go onto a named here, and I did. I weakened that guy pretty heavily, and once it jumped to the sniper, just one-tapped him out. Sometimes here as well, because the last fight is basically just above us. Sometimes it, if it, for instance, was on a mini tank or something that dies a little bit later, sometimes it moves upstairs. Mini tanks are actually very handy to use in that way because the stack can move to them, but then they will usually die later than the way. Whenever the last enemies are dead, basically, when they don't have any black disc around them, they will self-deconstruct, they will self-destruct, and letting them do that as well can be kind of handy because the stack might go to them and they might actually transfer to someone else. Same for instance, the lawnmower, lawnmowers from Outcast or stuff like that. And yeah, again, we'll open up with putting down that. Actually, we won't go all in on the named. Let's get these two guys out just to, yeah, get again those unstoppable force stacks going. And yeah, that stack jumping over to him made it reset to full. And he's an easy kill from that point. That's kind of the strength of this. You can very much You don't have to
Another one
expose
down.
yourself to
Good
the
job,
strongest
Agent.
enemies until much later. You can kind of just let this weaken them, stagger them and such as well. And especially on reds and purples, like grenadiers and such, once that stack is kind of going around, quite often will not even have the ability to kind of toss a grenade, because the second they do, they might get hit by that and then they get staggered out of it. Yeah, let's take this actually into some group play as well, just to show that off a little as well. Now comes usually the most frustrating part of build showcases, which is I'm just going to random matchmake. And we'll see kind of where we land. Although I might as well, like, if we don't get anything decent, we'll just make a pre-made. 3 Legma on you now? Yes. Yeah, this is basically the what's the build now? Oh, it's 1.03, right? I'll put it in the chat. Basically what I'm running now is that. Let's actually pop these caches. Is this replacing my backbone? Cody contract as Fox's Spur? Yeah. Although, yeah, kind of that, and also the sacrifice version, which is easier to get, where you have the sacrifice here and then a Langmo piece on instead of the Fox's Spur. Because both of them are pretty close to each other, so we kind of discussed that one as a cheaper option, before this, and then now
Thanks for your business.
we're kind of going all in on the somewhat harder hitting version. Creeping Death wouldn't work? No. Pestilence is not a status effect. Pestilence is a debuff. Creeping Death only works on status effects. Well, otherwise that would be way too good. That's also why we don't put status effect and stuff on this. This is just the debuff. It's only based on weapon damage. Or well, not weapon damage the stat, but weapon damage the hits. Kind of like, Headhunter and stuff. If multiple people are running Pesty, they all see their own independent stacks. Yeah, it's basically, it's every person for themselves kind of thing. You don't see other people's stacks. You don't see... you can't like both stack on... I mean, you can have independent 100 stacks, but you're not like combining your stacks, which is actually better because each person can then have 100 stacks each. Yeah. Let's actually set this up with... Actually, yeah, let's do this old thing that I haven't done it in a while, just to also show that again. It's been a while. We used to always have that in build showcases whenever I kind of match mate. If I'm scared of running glass cannon, what else would work? Obliterate would work. Overall, you do give up a lot, though, because yeah, the effects of glass being a separate multiplier, especially here, also going into the tick and also into the build, because the tick will also benefit from total weapon damage, but that would be additive to the backbone, basically. This build is very much a glass build. Like, the thing is with it as well is that it's a good way to learn glass, which is actually what I'm gonna kind of discuss here as well. It's a good way to learn to run glass, because quite often you can also just kind of let the stacks kind of do their work and not poke your head out. Because as just a general build, if you just don't want to run glass, a full red striker would kind of be better than this, but then as well, like kind of tech tank solo would be overall better than this. No worries. Oh, jeez. Yeah, let's get going with this. And yeah, we're gonna matchmake our way into some missions. We're gonna keep the build as was with the Grade 25 Pesty. I wanted to show here again as well, whenever, as I've not shown it for a while, whenever we matchmake for a mission, there's actually a handy trick that is handy to know. If you go into your social, we got an invite there. I can actually go onto this name, here, pending invite, and it might show a zone, but in this case, it's actually showing us exactly the mission. So yeah, Federal Emergency Bunker, which makes sense as well, as the game really likes putting you in your invaded missions if you haven't completed your invasion, and I haven't on this character, so I was kind of expecting uninvaded mission, which Federal Emergency Bunker is. They're kind of, at the start of it, they are running two directives. Modifiers are on. I'm gonna actually, yeah, we'll run it. Oh yeah, my modifiers are set and on. We'll actually run this here with modifiers. One of the things, of course, with this season's modifiers is that they're very powerful, range-based. The By the Teeth does apply to our Pestilence as well. So if we were to get long range or use one of the actives to kind of make long range happen at other ranges, yeah, that can be a very powerful tool for us. I'm going to chain that heavy, kind of get on this side, kind of get some free clear air for myself. I'm kind of expecting nothing much to get out of here. And the reload of the Pestilence is one of its biggest downsides. And as always with these, we'll also go get all the crates, because there's one back here to get. We're looking at people's skills and stuffs. They seem to really like the repair drone, which is kind of odd. Actually, yeah, we'll go get the resources here. I thought somebody was already jumping downstairs. It's like, we'll skip the resources. I'm full on something. We can fix that. But for now, we'll just follow them in. Here as well at the elevator, I might actually take a moment to somewhat inspect my allies. One handy thing to kind of look at is yeah, inspecting your allies, knowing through that what they're kind of running. You can kind of, from that, to me as well, kind of make a value judgment on how experienced the player kind of is. If the build is kind of, you know, horrendous, we can grab some conclusions from that. Sometimes you might see interesting stuff as well. But yeah, we always inspect just to know. For instance, there I saw a bunch of strikers. None of them kind of set up perfectly. There were some blue second stats or minor stats and stuff going on, but I know enough to know that there's enough damage here, especially with the modifier, to kind of get through this. I'm gonna take the heal here. And a pulse as well, actually. I should actually grab back that revive hive. And actually, let's do that here, just to not be a burden on others. I'm gonna grab my own revive hive just to have it as well for
System disrupted.
Get others up. Although the disruption from Black Dusk, of course,
System reactivated.
if we get hit by that at the moment that we get downed, basically. And here, actually, yeah, my stacks is kind of moving around, and it's gonna actually kill most of the things upstairs there, which is kind of nice, of course.
Take a look at what they've been pulling from the wreckage.
Here, once somebody hits this button, it'll start spawning on the back. I'm actually gonna go get set up somewhat for that.
Download complete.
They spawn upstairs here, so it's good to kind of set up here, and to be able to shoot upstairs right away. Then I'm gonna kind of aim that way. You see the big stack coming. They are at long range, so that's kind of nice. And yeah, one of the things that happens with, of course, health scaling kind of going up for us being in a group, together with enemies and such. Well, I kind of talked about this being one of my more, I prefer to mostly play it kind of solo. It still works out well in groups as well, just because, yeah, the scaling goes up, so the enemies are much chunkier, so we get to have more stacks on them, more continuous stacks kind of going. But I feel in these kind of situations, I would be better off just being another striker, for instance, just upfront damage. Stuff doesn't stay alive long enough for the tick to be a very important factor. Although actually in this certain situation, I'm likely to be still one of the top damage dealers here. Especially as well, having a little bit of knowledge about how to use the modifier well. is kind of handy. Because I'm staying kind of in long range there instead of pushing a little bit closer. It would be nice if this guy wasn't body blocking as much as he is, but he is, and he is.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And I'm gonna actually use my. Oh,
Agent down.
yeah, I'm just gonna get him by hand.
System restored.
I got him.
I was gonna use my half, but then I'll get this one. And I'm gonna go set up here. Stellite is very nice for SD as well, although just for stacking purposes. Because yeah, we can get those stacks on that enemy, and then once they jump around, they're just jumping around, of course. When they land on an enemy without Stellite, although that one is also Stellite, then they'll be at full blast. I'm gonna try to, and that's also why I kind of set up back here. Try to catch. What I should do actually is shoot downstairs.
An agent needs assistance.
It's false in the middle here. That enemy might be dangerous. This is one of the places where I very much enjoy having an Eclipse player with us, because yeah, they can kind of they can deal with enemies upstairs. Suppression, of course, is one thing to consider as well. That's also why I kind of don't like running it in groups per se, because I will suppress stuff, and yeah, that can be annoying or be, you know, something people don't like seeing. But yeah, just sometimes I have to watch out a little bit with that. We'll take this loot, and then of course take the key chest upstairs there as well. Okay, knows about it. Also just gonna check for loot on that side. And there, for instance, we got 100 steel from that key chest. As always, why it's kind of handy to know where key chests are and grab their contents. I'm just gonna wait for my allies. One of the things in a group setting, which is oftentimes handy to do, is just, wait for at least 3 people kind of. Alright, that's Stellite kind of there, helping with the amount of stacks we're kind of putting out in. Even a small thing. Keep away from that guy because he'll get us shocked otherwise. Because when warhounds explode, they'll do nasty things to you. Because, for instance, in this setting, and that's also one of the downsides, for instance, in running it in a group setting, I'm not per se getting all of the kills. I'm actually getting, for instance, in this case, basically none of the kills, as I have 0 stacks of, this is something that basically a lot of teams do, which is just all push up to there, but yeah, they keep spawning still for a bit. So it's much safer to just kind of hold back a little, because I want my wave even. That wasn't too smart of me, I actually kind of went for the weak point. But that was always the last, whatever. Oh, actually, not really. Anyway, I jumped actually to them. And then here we have a room that is kind of somewhat random in its spawns, but very fixed in other points. Because, it spawns, for instance, always, its first wave is up there. But then the side waves are basically random. So we don't per se know which one we're getting when. There is basically a few fixed spawns, which is that, which is also in a second sniper, 2 sniper dogs and a sniper, or 2 snipers as well, which will likely be the next kind of wave-ish. No, bottom right. Actually, bottom right first. But then in the middle of each wave, we might get a random left or right spawn, kind of. Which is kind of interesting with back spawn. And then, yeah, we have some mini tank with 2 dudes spawning. This is a sniper spawn. And then it ends always with 2 heavies spawning in 4-man, 1 heavy in solo and 2-man, I think. This is the mini tank one. Hopefully we'll get the heavies right after. And the mini tank's just shooting them and loading on them. I saw that exclamation points there, so I was ready for him to come out of there. Hoping it's the heavies now. No. And one of the things to do as well, we're running gunner, it's quite often handy to just kind of keep your butt in one place. Oh. Everybody kind of went upstairs, but they can't shoot at these guys. Isn't too great, but there's the heavies. Those heavies can shoot through that door. We can't. So it's kind of dangerous until they're kind of out. And yeah, I'll still do a bunch of damage here, which is kind of wasted. So for instance, there, my pesty ticks on those heavies isn't really actually that well set. Yeah, neither of those have chevrons. We'll just leave them behind to kind of keep up with my allies. But yeah, I've got a feeling they're going to engage. Yeah. Going back for that loot would take too much time. And it was 2 marksman rifles. So, unless it was a 13 BFE marksman rifle, I'm kind of okay leaving it. But yes, quite often it will be wasted damage in some ways. Miscounted that does that. Or already. I'm just setting up for the... I need to interact here. Next is a dog room here. Where we'll have a lot of dogs. There actually as well. One of the things with the pesty ticks is they go underneath warhound armor. Not heavies and such, but with warhounds they do. They basically damage their...
Stay alert, agent.
Not invade. It's the invaded version. You don't need to shoot any fires. But yeah, we'll basically damage the health underneath their armor plates. And yeah, we're gonna of course get some big stacks going here. Should I actually grab the jammer? Actually, I might still quickly grab a sticky. Because the thing to use here is very much... I should watch out. While Requital has been defanged heavily, if I'm at my health gate, yeah, it's still gonna murder me.
System curtailed.
And I'm kind of saving my sticky for in a second. If I can have uptime on it.
System reactivated.
And I'll take the full heal here.
An agent needs assistance.
And I need to
System disrupted.
be a little bit closer to being close range. One thing I haven't used yet actually is my active, which I should be better about.
System restored.
I'm gonna use it here in a second for these heavies. I have prime time, which makes mid-range long range. Here it would actually be kind of hard to have long range, I feel.
Agent down.
But mid-range is much more doable, and my mid-range has then by the teeth active on it. And that fight's kind of
System
over.
malfunctioning.
Got a fully random liberty. But those stacks underneath kind of doing their work. Definitely not the cleanest, tedious room, but wasn't too bad. And here we have the 2 heavies. Also, I'm gonna try to jump down, but that didn't work. I'm just gonna go for the chains right away. I'll disable them for a second. And we'll go towards the boss room. And the invaded boss here is much easier and faster than the than the normal boss. We have a long boss fight around it. We'll just catch him as he comes out, and then there's basically one wave that likely will spawn around it.
Electronic device detected.
I'm actually gonna set up on this side. I'm hoping somebody else hits it. I kind of want to be here usually. Hoping they push the button. I know these two, I have no idea where they are. I'm gonna time it with that Warhound.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, it seems they haven't ever done the invaded version of this mission. We do want to kill the named as quickly as we can. That will make it so no more waves spawn.
Feeling busy.
Files transferred.
This looks like troop orders based on the intel you found earlier. Well, this is a good
Okay,
find.
let's get our completion
Knowing our
here.
enemies'
I'm
intentions will
curious
help us
about
defend
our
against
end
them.
stats and how we kind of competed against our
done.
allies.
I've
But here,
sent
of
the
course,
intel you
it's very
found to
much
all our
the
allies.
modifier was on. That helps quite a bit with our damage. And yeah, I'm kind of having an expectation here. But yeah, we kind of joined at the start, but we kind of outdid everybody else, even though they were running strikers. At the end of the day as well, it is not just the build, it is also the person kind of piloting it. Not that I'm that amazing, that's not to say that. But yeah, it was a much more obvious that maybe my allies were not as experienced. Yeah, let's go and do one more thing with this and then kind of move towards our
An
conclusion.
agent is no longer in your group. Another agent has been promoted to group leader.
I wasn't expecting to beat strikers there, but sure, why not? Let me catch up here.
You have left the group.
Wait, I'm striker when I'm interested in trying else, yeah. Also, yeah, I wouldn't. Just saying striker is so boring, lol, is a pretty dumb thing to say, honestly. I wouldn't recommend going down that route. Because yeah, there's nothing boring about strikers. You might find it boring, but it isn't inherent to that. And it isn't. Striker is one of the hardest hitting builds. Setting it up well and stuff, and trying to extract the most out of it can just be just as fun as any other build. Diagonal starting is a new meta, yeah. And a lot of kind of offers. So these are, yeah, indeed, as this kind of Mercy just says there as well. It's very subjective that DPS is king. Almost bird if you can land shots on targets. I mean, that's then, you know. Yeah, if you don't know how to get around the corner with a car, cars are kind of annoying. But the issue is usually more than kind of on your end, you know. Finish matter how would this be? they're just joking around. As they said, there's a. But yeah, basically, there are very few builds that are boring. Like, boring is not a good... Fun and boring both are not very good ways to kind of talk about builds. At best, striker might not be what you're looking for. But also as well, yeah, you kind of need to land your shots. But even there, for instance, even though I'm kind of spraying... Oh, it's not showing the accuracy. But what I can do is still for... So for instance, how many headshots did I have? Enemies headshots. Headshot at enemies 51. So at least like on 51 enemies, I got a headshot in. So, you know, accuracy is a thing you can work on. And it did, man. Sorry, my shooting is better for not one. Exactly. Shit. Now I realize of course, with the modifier, it might be kind of hard to. Yeah, anybody up for joining me for a mission? A quickie. Well, actually, wait. So how long are we already? Oh, that one was 17 minutes. No, maybe not a mission then. Yeah, that's already kind of... Wait, was that mission 17 minutes? Really? I mean, it was with the intro and stuff. Because that mission is like a 12-minute mission. That team kind of... kind of sucked. Maybe the end of a mission or something. Which one though? A bank might be a good way. Or Grand Washington would be as well. I'm trying to like think about which bank likely or Grand Washington. Yeah, maybe Grand Washington. Yeah, actually, yeah. No, we're so. I'm just gonna indeed. If you guys are up for it, then yeah, comic you too as well. But as well, if anybody else wants to, kind of want to show how hard I'm gonna lose to like real players. Although the completion of this,
another agent has joined your group.
Because then it's the door as well, right? Because I do want to have the completion screen. That's the way. The Potomac was also an option. How long is this mission normally? It's like 10 minutes, right? Let's maybe just do the full mission then. Yeah, we'll just take it with 3, right? That's actually... Oh. Chris is really nice one. Were you up for it as well, Public? Actually, yeah, this might be interesting. Yeah, to have all the besties. Okay, we'll wait for Public to load in. As well, I'll jump into the what's pending.
Another agent is now in your
Limiting
group.
the voice here. Well, actually, yeah, no, I want because yeah, let's just have it clean background. Okay. Oh, yeah, that might actually be fun. Yeah, let's. I didn't even think of that, but yeah. Yeah. Let me intro it, and then basically when I start running, just run in with me. Because yeah, we'll do the full mission. We'll do it pretty quickly. And just to kind of show the combined power of a few of these, as yeah, with a pre-made group, we've grabbed here Trojan, who's running the well, Cross actually, is running the Perfect Glass Cannon version here as well. Tiny Voice is running as well the Perfect Glass Cannon version, and then Pomic actually has the similar one of mine as with the 3-piece Lengmo. And yeah, let's actually see what happens when we bunch up a bunch of these together. I'm actually gonna grab Jarron Pulse as well, and yeah, let's run in.
You're right next to the Grand
And
Washington Hotel.
we're not per se on
Okay, here
comms
we
together
go.
and coordinating,
That
but
should get their attention.
you know, we're players that kind of
Service entrance.
know each other's playstyle. One of the things that will happen here when we have multiple ticks kind of going around is that, first of all, well, in the group setting, yeah, the backbone isn't really at its full best power. And yeah, we'll get this crate going in because all loot. But yeah, we'll have multiple ticks kind of moving around and hurting enemies, and especially for instance, if you have multiple enemies or one enemy by multiple ticks, yeah, that kind of stacks up. Here as well, I want to point out, searching this body, we can search that body, we'll get the sweet 3 key. It is very sweet.
Everybody, get to the atrium.
It is so sweet, it is triple sweet. I'm
Think
gonna
here.
try to keep up with my allies.
Hyena big shot.
And yeah, let's
Real
just go for
unpleasant.
speed
We
here.
need to kill this
Make it-
asshole.
Yeah, we have 3 directives on. I should have actually replaced my hive with something else because it's just going to be on cooldown all the time. Because yeah, I very much enjoyed using my pulse. I'm going to go for some of the squishier targets, for instance, that rusher there. But yeah, it is when multiple of these are around and kind of somewhat as well piloted by competent players, it can actually be a force multiplier. Just having multiple of those going, multiple ticks going around can do actually interesting things. Although, of course, yeah, it's quite rare outside of coordinated teams. I'm gonna go get the toilet loot. As we all know, toilet loot is the best loot. There is no loot like toilet loot, because toilet loot never flushes. So... I'm also gonna go for even more toilet loot as some rusher just comes at me like a spider monkey. We can't loot while disoriented, so we need to wait for that. Go away, so Pomic actually beats us to the key chest, man. And the sounds of multiple pesties being reloaded there. It's actually kind of funky. But yeah, we were creating kind of a unique situation. I am kind of double pulsing. Actually, I should keep mine for later. Forces of habit. And yeah, there I kind of went for the wrong target. I was just talking and not paying attention, but... And here then as well, we've turned the modifiers back off again. Modifiers can of course be very strong, but they also can be kind of too strong. And just to kind of show it without... Although of course, yeah, I'm still using the grade 25 SD that I have, and you know, maxed out build in other
I
ways.
just found an ammo stockpile. I'm gonna detonate.
One thing I realize here is, yeah, we have so many coyotes. I'm gonna actually grab that. I'm gonna be selfish, grab that Lengmo mask, and that is actually in a group setting when there is enough coyotes. So yeah, everybody else was running a coyote. And then actually this setup, or well, actually not this setup. This setup, because yeah, I should put the Lengmo there, and then yeah, we can bring in perfect glass.
Sons of bitches.
You doing all right there, Kelso?
As long as I'm not breathing asbestos.
Well, I think I
That
might need
blast did a
to,
lot of
if I want to go that route. No, it's 49.5, so we're still perfectly set up for as somebody else's coyote. We're kind of benefiting both from perfect glass cannon and having 2-piece Lengmo, and also contractors and foxes, but then yeah, relying on basically somebody else's coyote there. That is also the way that I would run it, especially for instance, like even, well, in this setting, like where we have multiple coyotes. Because generally having 2 is already a good enough overall. See the heavy in the back, he's a good stacking target, but actually I'm gonna go to the side of the shield guy, and especially noticing that I have the side of it. I don't mind going for that. I'm gonna actually go all the way in the back. They'll jump down in a second. And we'll blind fire. At these kind of ranges, yeah, we can blind fire. And they do have disorient rounds from their special ammo. And we'll jump on for this loot as well. Let's have that. So go for crate here. No loot left behind. We'll definitely leave behind teammates and stuff, and you know, important data and like our skills and fallen brethren and stuff. But yeah, no loot left. The important part. I'm just gonna quick loot here actually, just to catch up to my allies. Because overall, my inventory is generally too full to ever really just pick up all the loot on the ground. That is not something that will
I'm on the roof,
holding
easily
for
happen.
backup.
I have eyes on you, Kelso.
You see Saint?
I don't know.
One thing you might have
but
noticed
there are
here as
plenty of
well
hostiles up
is
there.
Not for long.
that's how you usually can make out decent players as well. We haven't had it down yet. And that's not just partially as well, not just down to already playing their part well, but also generally if we see each other in trouble, that's also a thing for teammates to do, is if we see somebody kind of hitting another person of us down, we'll prioritize that target to kind of take them down. Kind of providing safety for each other just by paying attention, which randoms quite often don't do. And yeah, we'll push to the boss fight here. And especially this boss fight, I kind of picked this mission specifically, although there's a bunch of missions that are like this. And some even have better rooms at the end of it. For instance, Bank, where the spread would kind of just keep spreading. So we'll have a full stack kind of... Also, hey, Kelsa.
Let's do this.
Man is looking for you. But yeah, here we'll have likely a few stacks going around from each of us. And I'm gonna open up on those rushers. And that will make it that, yeah, a bunch of enemies will kind of be taken care of continuously. Because I have kind of a full stack going, although, well, that full stack died there. It didn't have anything in its range. But yeah, once there is basically a full stack going around, it's just gonna... It's just gonna murder, and especially as well, other people's stacks are in there. The thing we want to do here as well is just go for the boss. You know, once he's dead, that will be the final wave. Because otherwise, multiple waves spawn the shield guy now. And here as well, we kind of took a few hits there, and that was, for instance, if I was perfect class, I feel at that point I would have actually been health gated. There we got left with like 60% health, which isn't a lot either. But yeah, we could take a little bit of chip damage without instantly falling over, which I do kind of... I feel that difference is potentially worth as well, going away from perfect class and a benefit for the Langma. But yeah, damage-wise, as we kind of saw, it's quite neck and neck. With perfect class kind of ticking a little bit less and then hitting a little bit better in its DPS. But anyhow, let's go indeed finish this off. Let's go fight our biggest nemesis ever, which is a door. It is not just a door, it is the door. as Pamagia gets in and gets out, and that will actually spawn him outside of the elevator in a second, which will be a little bit faster as a shenanigan that you can do here. Although I'm getting the longest loading screen as well. And now we have reached our biggest nemesis ever. Forget Keener. Say hello to the door. as always, a jerk from the stream as always kind of goes around. I'm gonna finish off this guy. Although actually no, I'm just gonna let him die to pestilence. I don't even want to kill you. And then they all have kind of this Orient round, so that's also why I'm not kind of pushing it. Because this Orient is just kind of annoying. There we go.
Manny, is Odessa on the line?
I'll patch her in.
Anyway, we'll just have a peek at the
Also has some news
ending
for you.
here.
We got Eleanor. Is she okay? She's okay.
Oh, Cross
I'm
actually
bringing
got
her home.
the project reward there as well.
Thank God.
As I didn't think he was around for those. But yeah, let's actually see our completion here. Yeah, Pamek kind of did us. I kind of kept up, and we kind of tried our best there. Our damage ranges are kind of pretty close to each other. But yeah, there is something interesting that kind of happens when we have multiples of these going around and kind of putting their basically, you know, it's kind of like that that effect of just passive income. We're just doing passive damage all around. And yeah, that does add up and actually make it quite easy. Also, I kind of like that. Yeah, we're all in the well 44 to 48 range on the accuracy there. But yeah, let's take this to its conclusion and round this out. Okay. How long was that? 11 minutes. It was a longer mission than in shorter time than that other team. Actually, yeah, so I don't want to do the outro. You guys up for doing a little bit of Jefferson until we get to that, like, points again? Or I did the intro, kind of. And then maybe you guys, if you want, can... Although, actually, yeah, if you have stuff to do, feel free to, to do so. Otherwise, just, yeah, if you guys just, like, strike some emotes and we'll just have you in there as well. Yeah, let me catch up here. And hey there, Lucid. I was wondering if I'm able to transfer my PS4 data to this game to PC and get all my guns and stuff. Yeah, Spama kind of answered that. Yeah, no. There's no cross-play and there's also no cross-save. And they've been open about it, that there is also not going to happen, likely. But honestly, as well, starting anew, especially if you know the game already, yeah, I've actually sometimes started anew just for starting anew. Oh yeah, let's actually get started because we just need to reach that point.
From using the metro to transport chemical weapons, so start by disabling any operational trains you find.
You can't let those munitions be distributed. You
Because
saw what
maybe
they
we'll
did to
just
Castle.
kind of just stand in a grouping there and I'll just cross, like I'll just cross. I'll just kind of pan across almost.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, I was behind cover there for
Agent
a
out of
minute.
action.
Yeah, now the footage is off, so I'm not tryharding. Because it is just getting to that spot so we can record. These boss fight would not be a good fit for this. It's just too big. Like the spread would just only happen with the last few waves. Kind of wanted to have it, yeah, something like that, or Potomac would also be an option. Although Potomac is kind of like split waves, so there are like some stacks from the very start went to the very end almost. And yeah, so my ticks are kind of... Well, actually, I think it's multiple people's tick are just jumping to like a person there and kind of killing them. It's kind of cool. Because actually, I don't think I've ever ran with multiple pests. Although, well, not multiple of the same bestie setups.
You may have eyes
It
on
is actually
Wilson.
interesting that
Outside near
I
the
think I
main
looted
entrance to
this
the mall.
already. Yeah.
We need to terminate this son of a bitch. There's no direct route.
Of course,
from your
looted
position.
parts of this mission
You'll have to
already
divert through the hotel
as we
and
came
into the
through.
mall.
But yeah, let's get to the DC-62. And we'll just record an outro and this will be done.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Get the munitions. We gotta secure the ordnance. Negative. The subway's compromised. Then find another way.
Damage. Oh, the damage? That's cool. I was trying to think of like what the H there is, but likely it's just a G. And thing is, yeah, like I feel we're as well. I'm stacked as well with. I think both you and Tiny don't have grading on the bestie, right? That helps a lot with it. But then as well, like Pomic is like 5 grade less than me and outdoing me by a lot. So. Okay. I mean, that should be on target. And that the game didn't light up red. What a dick. He's gonna set up for here. Will my allies have it there?
Agent down.
For a second there, I thought all 3 of them went down at the same time. Just everybody held one way. Guessing something exploded there. Oh, the China.
There's an elevator that should take you to the mall. Wilson is still by the entrance. We've spotted a mortar team with him. These are probably the fuckers who attacked the castle.
Is it? Once we're downstairs, we'll clean out the downstairs
Hostile
area, but then
incoming.
let's just hold there, basically. So let's clear out this room basically, but then we'll hold here and then in this
DC-62
spot
toxin
to
detected. Contamination level lethal.
record the
What the
outro.
hell? These readings are insane. They must have a lab nearby for weaponizing this shit. Make sure you put it out of operation.
Full stack. I think I got 4 full stacks on it. Yeah, where do we... That's a good spot. Kind of villages maybe here again on the chair, right? Actually, yeah, here it's also lit well here. So maybe just let's just all kind of stand in like facing each other, and then what I'll do is let's see if we're gonna touching pesties, yeah, touching tips, yeah. Wait, because yeah, I'm gonna go in photo mode now. Actually, you know what? I won't. But yeah, yeah. Let's just use this as our artwork. But then I'll go into photo mode, and then I'll pan across you guys. Yeah, let's make sure it's all set up. All right, let's do our artwork. And yeah, to round it out as we're sitting here touching the tips of our pestilences all together, I feel this is how you get an STD almost, right? But yeah, that brings us kind of to the conclusion of this big pesty extravaganza, as we kind of had it. Although we mostly, of course, looked at one specific style for the pestilence, and there is another. As Yoda once said, there is another. And that is the triple tick setup. That is in the build collection, of course. You can go and look for that one. But this setup is much more for dealing damage directly with our weapon, and then also the ticks kind of being pretty powerful. That one is much more set up for having multiple ticks going around, and we might actually visit that one in the future. But for now, this one I very much enjoy. And as you may have noticed there as well, some people have a tendency to say, like, you can't really survive on a glass. I think I went down once during the gameplay parts, especially in the group settings and such. We basically didn't go down at all, even with all of us being glass. Glass just requires you to understand how to play it, and if you're interested in becoming better at that, then I would definitely recommend the Improving Yourself series that I did a while back, and that is well worth looking into if you are interested in improving yourself. It is still very valid to this day, all the points made in there. And this as well is a great teaching tool for glass. It isn't the hardest hitter when it comes to a glass build, because yeah, of course, with other weapons we could go that way, but this actually keeps you safe with the stagger and such as it comes to the pesty ticks just going around and keeping sometimes enemies busy and kind of keeping them off of you from being able to shoot you. That is quite powerful. And all of that together kind of makes this actually, as a holistic look of a build, very, very useful. And I've been enjoying running it around. It doesn't, of course, deal well with all of the directives or such. It has no way of, for instance, dealing with reduced ammo or with a pistolero, where other setups may, of course, be able to do such things. But just running it around, for instance, as we did today with 3 directives, makes it already plenty rewarding and a lot of fun. I very much enjoy trying to get the most out of this build, because trying to get the most out of it demands a little bit of attention to who you're starting the fight off with, murdering, sometimes as well who you're going to stack upon, which we didn't really discuss in through this, but if it's an enemy more so in the middle of the pack, it is much more likely to spread, of course. So yeah, we come to the end of this build showcase. If you enjoyed this, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below, as that is always very much appreciated. For future videos, we're going to continue on doing the character build collection updates, as the character 4 and character 5, of course, are very much still awaiting that. Also, the MMR DPS table, or well, at hunting table actually, is of course the video I've already recorded, and that will likely follow this up in a few days. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. But for now, as always, have a good night. Yay. Okay, you guys can stop touching tips now. I feel this is like how STDs actually start. Do you guys have some protection from elites mods you can put on, maybe? Protection from STDs. Should we just finish this mission, seeing as we're like most of the way through it? There's no arms down here. But yeah, let's maybe just finish this thing as we're kind of already set up. Oh, you guys. Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. I have toggle aim. So, but yeah, everybody was holding down their mouse button, of course. Yeah, that's why I have toggle aim. Actually, now I kind of feel bad, but yeah, thank you guys for. I should have maybe just said like yeah, after like 10 seconds, just release it or something.
Excellent. I'll send in a team to dismantle the rest of that crap
What
once
the
you
rest
clear
of
the
that?
site.
Shouldn't be a feed today. Oh, nice. So well protected, nice. Toggle aim, yeah. Is it? I don't feel I can get. The thing is, I'm just used to it at this point. That I'm a lot less accurate. At least for now, with just not having it. But I feel just having that tension as well from the right, like the middle finger. Because I usually just toggle, have all the toggle, toggle run, toggle aim. See what our finishing time here is. Actually, so let's see. That's 3:43. Just briefly wanna check how long it totally became. 134, which yeah is build showcase length. Also, yeah, let me go back here. As yeah, we've recorded basically the entire thing. Let's make sure to go back here for a second. I'm proving myself and I can now. Oh no, the consequences of my own actions. Yeah.
Leaving contaminated area.
That's yeah, a sad consequence of that. Yeah, for instance, this boss fight, like every wave spawns after everything else. So not per se as pestilency over there. It just spread to that enemy and made it instantly disappear.
Also, Kelso just reported in to confirm the survivors from the castle settlement have safely reached the rooftop settlement. There's no one doing what happened to them, but at least you've made sure it won't happen to anyone else.
And yeah, so one of the things is with hyena missions, you can kind of look at the damage numbers, but with Outcast and True Sons, because yeah, this is just hitting weak points. This is just hitting weak points. There's not that much damage in this mission. So, but you can always still look at kills and stuff, which I'm the lowest on. But yeah, let's go get cleaned up for a second, and then yeah, if you guys are up for it, let's maybe have in a few countdowns just to round it out here. This was I should play Legendary. Wait, easy. Yeah, Legendary would just take too long. Is the thing. Also, this wouldn't per se
Hey,
like
agent.
still there. We would like strikers would just beat this out. Honestly, the direct damage would be much more worthwhile, especially on Legendary.
Hello there.
Useful came out of that. Look at that. That video is at least in the bag now. One thing I kind of realized I didn't discuss in there is one of the things I've just like I didn't want to put.
An agent has left your group.
Not cross switching characters. The holster is actually a decent-ish pick for it, but I don't want to use that thing until they fix it up. Also, yeah, I'll jump into voice now. If you guys want that as well. Not needed per se, but if you just don't
Another
want
agent
my
has joined your group.
gameplay in the background. At the very least. Also, you can yell at me for making you hold down a button for wait. It's also best if I use 4 or 5. The blue cores wouldn't per se matter that much. Thing to remember, although, and the thing is in PvP, the balance is a little bit different between crit chance and stuff. But there as well, I would think because of that as well, crit chance would be the better pick. But also the how much DTA is on enemies is quite different. But yeah, I would say crit chance still beats it, even in PvP. If the build is set up to have some crit chance, crit damage, right? If it's just like a triple tick build, kind of, it isn't. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else is interested in joining us as well for some countdowns, because we could turn it into our own group if we choose to, if we want to. But yeah, we'll only do that if we have more people that want to join. I'll let that go through for a second. And they're a big red tiger. And yeah, I'm doing good. Oh, yeah, we're kind of recording at that moment. That's kind of catching up here. With aim up with the passive like I'm doing SARS and yeah, I was gonna thinking of like how can I kind of coordinate this, but yeah, it's kind of it was like a huddle. Hey, and Rage once in, and Kessel once in as well. So yeah, let's turn that into our own, and yeah, we'll turn it heroic. I'll actually, for the first run, I'll run Bestie. It's not a great setup for there, but
You have left the group.
also, yeah, you know what I should
Another
do?
agent
I
is
should
now
be
in
smart
your
for
group.
once. Because I keep forgetting. I kind of feel bad. So, cross, tiny, and either Pamic. And then
Hello.
we'll get in Kestrel, and we'll get in Enrage. I'm just writing the names down, so on the next run, I'm not like, wait, who we have in the
Another
day?
agent has joined your group.
And just do one tonight. I have to head off.
Okay, I need Enrage. And as well, for those wanting to, we are in the voice, especially even if you don't have a mic, you can just be in there and just so you don't have the background explosions and noises and stuff. Also, Tiny is 6606.
Just
You need-
60 more levels.
Yeah, you need to do
Till
60 more
retirement.
level and then. Okay, I think that was, yeah, let's get a run going anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna put Tiny over there. Yeah. We'll make 3 and 3. Hey, a literal level 1.
Another agent is now in your group.
That filled up pretty quickly. Striker. Oh, Striker Bestie with companion. And an OD. Oh yeah, let's just get going. Hoping, although, well, that might still not have updated, but yeah, like the Bestie as well.
I'm running Chest Striker.
No, yeah, I was gonna say it's likely not updated. Show your build. Yeah, I mean, I can do one better for you even. Although, well, this isn't the build to run for Countdown. I'm just running this for as we just showcased it. But yeah, there's 1.03 in the build collection, which is just the Bestie build. But I'll also link you just to the build collection if you're not familiar with it.
Lockdown procedures have been initiated.
My builds are in there.
Last thing we need is a radioactive green poison.
In the build collection, there's also
We
a
need to restrict
recommended
access
build
and
list,
secure the
which
nuclear
is
waste.
the one I would recommend picking builds from. This is on there? Actually, I'm not sure.
Reactor unstable.
Left, yeah.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes.
Link up
to
both
lockdown.
teams.
High levels of radiation
My shield.
detected.
Oh, I forgot modifiers.
Lockdown procedures.
Oh. Yeah, we don't want to turn them on
System
while we're in
curtailed.
here, because that will turn on enemy modifiers. I'll just live with that.
Immediate medical assistance
Kind of
needed.
afraid, watch out for that guy on the left as well.
System reactivated.
And I make sure to grab the dog tags and stuff, because yeah, we're not coming back around here likely. But it isn't per se a good build for Canada. I'm just running it. We just build showcase this. This is much more, I would say solo it works pretty well, small groups and stuff. But yeah, as we saw there as well, in the 4-man, they can hold his own. Even in a 4-man of this. It's actually funny running around with 4 pesties. Not a common thing to happen. And then yeah, for in a second, what is the things? Go away. Reactor lab, yeah. Something's going on. Yeah, let's take the back entrance into reactor. And get the single resource that is back here. Still don't know why there is this one single resource.
Where there is. I was thinking.
Well, it is not worth getting per se, but it's just, yeah, it's just weird. I should totally. Have I done that one in things? I feel that's the thing I've already done in things and stuff. But maybe also.
Yeah, I think you showed it.
Or is it just like every time I walk past it, I show it, and then it's like, in my brain, it's that. They can just shoot the tip. This kind of thing you'll do the exact same thing.
It's by the stairs.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Yeah, no worries, nothing. Ooh, some charge.
Area secure.
Okay, lab.
I used up my watch out. I have like 1,000 points there. I was making all the builds that I would need for the speed IH iron horse rates
Okay.
when I'm running with the QD.
Just jumping in on those as well.
Yeah. They're doing it weekly, and I'm there most of the time, so.
Oh yeah, that seems
So I
kind
have
of cool.
all of the builds. So I'm broke. I got to like 180 protective fabric. Couldn't optimize and craft anything.
Yeah. I wish you also
System breach
haven't seen
initiated.
one ad, kind of. Playing yes, drops the last. Nothing too much recently. Yeah. One thing you could try, because we haven't had really any patches or anything, so usually the thing that would cause, because we've definitely had sometimes like FPS stutters and stuff due to patches and stuff, but we haven't had a patch in like forever because of the winter break kind of stuff. What you definitely should do is, yeah, make sure that you're on, or if you have recently updated your graphics, because there's not going to be, you know, that's not, it being too new is more likely to cause trouble than being too old for Division. The other thing to do is to reset your shader cache. There's still quite often issues with the shader cache kind of becoming a little bit messy and just... And honestly, instead of me explaining, it might be easier if you just look up Division 2 reset shader cache or something like that. Like if you Google it, you'll find step by step kind of. But it's basically deleting a folder which is in the My Games under Division 2.
High risk target detected.
And that is basically the pre-calculated shaders being redone. Because outside of that, you don't have much control over other things.
Area secure.
Agent, you should be able to access the waste area.
Did we get the box?
It's on the side there. I don't think you got it, I'm not sure.
Is that on this side? Yeah, I got it. I'll double it there. How do we get it? What is FPS? Wait, you mean like actually? But what it is frames per second. So they're having like frame drops.
Somebody doing a speed thread?
Yeah.
Depends
Well, actually,
when
where
they
does it?
spawn.
Where does it? Because where does it reset you? Is it to the closest, or is it where you spawned?
Where you spawn. So if we would kill ourselves, we would spawn on the north.
But last time it didn't. Okay. Did last time put you, or maybe I misread which team you were. Or maybe I misremember. Because last time I was like,
You've
wait,
reached
did
the
it
waste
actually reset
area.
it?
I need you to secure the radioactive material
reset
to
you
override the
wrong?
lockdown protocols.
Because one thing I didn't know either is apparently at the start, hunters, hardcore characters can be killed and respawn in Canada.
And if they die after you kill all the main hunters, they just died. That like all of them.
We need to secure
Yeah, it
that
doesn't
tank and
have
get it
that.
back into the sarcophagus.
That there is a quirk like that.
Ah, the box is here. On top.
I was about to say, here?
High risk target detected. Vital signs critical.
I mean, yeah, there's a box here. There's a box in everything.
Agent down.
I was like, I'll reach the healing box before. God damn it, man.
Serious trauma detected.
Kind of a dick move. I got up in front of We're Richard here. And heroic enemies do take a bunch of hits. Especially here not having the modifiers on. For the next one,
Now
actually as
just
well.
seal that
if I
bunker and stop exposing your team
make sure
to
to
not so low
remind me.
doses of
Don't forget to remind
radiation.
as well.
I don't know what was happening, but when I was running the countdown with Toasty,
High-risk target detected.
every time I like turned them on before we went in. When we
Great work,
got in,
Agent.
it
The
just
power
turned
plant is
itself
stable.
off.
Now get the hell out of there.
I think it might be
Shoot off
trying
a
to
flare
do
when you're ready for
some...
Torres to bring
Because
you
I
home.
haven't messed around with it too much, but it might have been Toasty having them off. It was group leader. I think it's trying
I
to
was the
do
group
some...
leader, I was inviting everyone.
Okay, then I done it.
But then I went in with them off and they were on.
That is odd indeed. Yeah, the rule set for it is a lot not really clear.
And when I went in with them off and they turned on, Toasty had his off, but they turned on too.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to test that. The hardcore thing, yeah. I mean, I saw a clip of McBain doing it, getting that. Or apparently he knew about it already. I didn't. Is that our two randoms? No. Because if we want to bunch up,
System malfunctioning.
Stack up around that
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters
hive
incoming.
there as well to get ourselves. One of the nice things with the Pesty though is actually if it goes for a heal, it will actually.
Back online.
Maybe not with a heroic one. With a challenging one, definitely it will stagger him out of it.
System disrupted.
Straight up stagger him out of the heal. It's because he gets hit way too hard.
System reactivated.
Did not like me.
System malfunctioning.
When you're ready,
this
send
was
up
Some
a
extra
quest
damage
Torres
from the
can pick you
scan.
up.
System restored.
Chopper coming in too.
If anybody would get Hermano with repair skills or skill haste,
That one is yellow core, right? Yeah.
it drops with blue, but I'm gonna keep it blue.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, then yeah. I was like, yeah, wait, does that drop yellow? No, it's Palisade at first. Oh no, it's well,
It's Brazos, I think.
Brazos, yeah. How little we care about brands on some of those things.
Yeah, it's for the Iron Horse too, because there I'm not shooting much with Numb Healer.
Yeah, I guess as much. But the Armana is actually very powerful for a lot of purposes. Thanks.
Helo inbound to your location. Hold tight.
It's 1 second too early. Who do I kick? Also, it put us US East. Even though. Yeah, we catch everything. I don't know if we can on the left and with all the ones from spawn Nothing is there yet. Although that doesn't happen anymore. That was back when the broken start was there. that sometimes happened.
Let's get you home, Agent.
But yeah. Get some of this last one, especially looking at. But yeah, just watch out for the timer. Just grab loot and go.
Bro, I don't know. I'm so lucky today. And under 13% PFE.
Oh, nice. Hey, now you have 6, right?
Yeah.
Now you have the
I
4.
would have 7 now if I didn't give one to Omni.
But yeah,
I'm impressed.
you would have had
Pretty
6
sure we're
still
gonna
if you
lose the
hadn't
power
gotten one
plant.
from Toasty.
Yeah, that's true.
Is no longer in your
Yeah,
group.
208's there.
Single one of those yet.
Yeah, those will
Not a
come.
single one.
Although the thing is, yeah, they're much more common if you're really hunting for them. So. Yeah, let me get you up here. So I'm not having it into conflict there as well.
Safe area entered.
That's all. Like,
Another
oh wait, this
agent
is
has
on
joined your
PC
group.
or on console? Yeah, it might be something on that end
Thanks for
then.
the business.
What did you want on the Hermano?
Skill haste or repair skills?
How about one with both? I've got one with both that dropped.
Does it have at least good rolls? Because I'm kind of broke right now.
Yeah, the armor's almost maxed, and the repair skills and skill haste are at 75% each, so they're not too bad.
Yeah. Make sure then you two join on me.
Another agent is now in your group.
Because, wait, who had it? Enrage, right?
Yeah, I'm not in the group at the moment.
Yeah. Let me, sorry, Danny, I'm gonna, oh well.
An agent has left your group.
Indeed. And then, if you join up now, or I'll send you an invite. Because then you
Yeah,
can
it's
share.
taking a while to recognize that I can click join.
Yeah.
Another agent has joined your group.
It's alright, I think I did it. Ooh, and now I have an ad on Twitch.
And it generally, yeah, the safest place to share stuff is more over here.
Because in case somebody joins,
Although, well, they
which
can't anymore.
nobody can't, but
But yeah, it's a good habit to get into. Because we've definitely shared out here, and then when somebody else joins, it might like take us to a different session, basically. And then the item just disappears. Kind of sucks.
thank you.
So let's just go obliterate, as Coyote always out from Grupo Unstoppable Force. So Unstoppable Force at full stacks. Although, well, not on obliterate, but because obliterate being additive in it. But yeah, you can go nowadays without the backpack of Striker, but more so if you're going glass. So glass plus one of the things. But then the thing as well with Unstoppable Force, you would still need to get 5 kills to be actually beating Striker backpack. Whereas with 4, it would still be behind it, and then with 5, it will be a tiny bit above it. Situationally, you can go that route. 613 PFPs, that's insane.
Thank you for the Hermano.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I crafted one and it was like 10%. It's just super low.
Crafting's always like that. You either get a really good roll, you get some really trash rolls.
Yeah.
Most of the times I'm getting good rolls when I don't get what I want.
Exactly, yeah. It's like max health, thanks.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's get set up again.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna jump out.
No, it's just staying. That doesn't.
No,
like for
no, he
this.
said, he's
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna
gonna run
commit.
just one.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for
thank you.
joining.
An agent is no longer in your
And
group.
if anybody else wants to join us as well, just let me know. And I'll just create this now and then.
You have left the
So
group.
what do we have?
Another agent is
So
now in your
Kestrel
group.
and Tiny. And if anybody else wants to join us as well, I'll put Palmic on that side.
Another agent has joined your group.
Maybe as well. tiny on that side, and then
Now I just need to move everything to the first character where I have my 13% PFEs and make my PFE build perfect.
exactly. Because over time, you do get a bunch of those. Oh yeah, if anybody else wants to join us, just let me know. Otherwise, we're gonna sec.
Yeah, modifiers. Tiny
Oh yeah,
just typed
modifier.
it.
Good point. Let's turn those on. We'll just take the usual set. Improvised piece. Although yeah, sometimes like recently I got a improvised piece that was in one go pretty powerful and just like took like 2 optimization to get max stats. So yeah. So you know what? Do I have my Lexi in here? The age-old question of no. We don't know who it's on, so we're not gonna go searching for it.
So we're going after the outcast
I
leader,
am
huh?
metal if you want in as well. I think I already have you on this account, right? Here we go. Doesn't want to stay on the left there. Other way. I don't know. So having all directives on drop better quality, more harder includes or just XP. If you mean just the open world directives, yeah, those do affect not the quality of the drop. So the minimal stats, that's what the difficulty decides. So for instance, challenging has less. The minimal drop is lower than, for instance, heroic, and overall that means that you'll have overall better drops on heroic. Yeah, let's start. I'm explaining here, and then the directives will make it so that you get more targeted loot. So whenever a normal piece of loot drops, the game basically goes like, do I also drop targeted with this? It does a dice roll basically. And that one is affected by both difficulty and directives. So overall, you get more loot because of directives and better loot due to difficulty.
So we're going after the outcast
And then
leader,
on top
huh?
of everything, both affect XP. Just making sure
Another
that
agent is
they're
now in
actually
your group.
green. There's some form of FI. Some form of striker. Off we go. And I'm just running a chest striker. Just box standard one. For the next one, I might actually kind of swap characters for some of the builds. Guard pieces all crits. Actual life mass seems impossible to drop. That drops also. Overall, the core, if an item is blue core, it will mostly drop with at least one of the stats, and usually the number used is either 66% or 75%.
The True Sons have triggered a
But,
lockdown at the plant. They've been taking over infrastructure
More
to
than
lend
not,
legitimacy to
it
their
will have
cause.
one
If they
minor that
control
is the same
power,
color
they
as the
control
core.
this
So
region.
for Gila pieces, if you want double red, that's already cutting it down to,
We need to find a way to relieve the pressure and fix the
most of the
reactor's
pieces will
cooling
have at least the blue one. And that was their, like, the thing that they added
Reactor
to kind of
unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols
work
activated.
against
15 minutes
rainbow
lockdown.
rolls, but also it's kind
Critical
of
pressure
annoying in some
level.
ways.
To avert
Sounds like
catastrophic
Habsburg pieces.
failure, system purge required.
The double red Gila. Sounds like Habsburg pieces.
No, yeah. I mean, yeah. Same idea.
No, you're no. You're not gonna.
That's also why it is harder to, like, you know, if something is red core, it's harder to, like, get the, like, if you need a yellow stat underneath it or something, it's harder. But yeah, mostly like blue core and yellow core pieces, then hard to get, kind of. Yeah, we'll get short. We'll get the short range buff here.
System disrupted.
And that will make this guy melt. Suddenly.
2 miller, great, let's go. On a shotgun.
And yeah, let's go reactor and then containment. Is the main
System
ruling, so it
reactivated.
doesn't really matter.
Shade tech detected.
And having the close range buff here will make this super easy. No reason I'm gonna say. Good question as well. Been playing Div 1 recently. Do you happen to know good D3 FNC builds for PvE?
Hostile assault detected.
Not specifically, honestly. It's been so long with some of those builds.
What was the question?
Basically, what is a good D3 set? But overall, the answer is just if you can go classified.
Is go, yeah, classified and 9,000 stamina to get the most out of the shield.
Yeah.
And gonna want the house SMG going with it because it's the best SMG in the game. And you want like, you can do some damage at the same time, but you mainly the tank of the team. And only use for it is in the stolen signal incursion.
Area secure.
Yeah.
Or PvP.
I remember as well that you can go a little less stamina if you're like not using it for, if you're like solo playing, but that one also is not per se that useful in comparison to like classified striker.
Yeah, the classified striker with the healing, it's just, you don't need the D3.
Yeah, containment, here we go. But honestly as well, if you just search on Reddit, the Division Reddit, you'll likely find a few like setups for it. That's likely. But yeah, basically the one that Pommy, I remember that as well, being like that thing people did with that quite a lot. Skill kills roll must be necessary, or can I go perchance crit damage? Overall, I don't think you need any like minors set to really anything, right? You can just put them all towards damage, if I remember right. So I'm like trying to remember the blues or well, the blue miners, or what nowadays would be blue miners of Division 1.
Oh yeah, there's, even if you go all out on crit, you can't get high enough crit chance. So you just go all out on damage to armor and damage to elites.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can take a little bit of crit chance with damage, if I remember.
Yeah, you can.
Because you're kind of forced to it. But yeah,
SMG.
SMG.
If you can't.
Target neutralized.
SMG damage to elites, damage to armor.
High risk hostile.
And then a little bit of crit if you have some space.
What was a lot of use is just going headshot. Just putting a headshot scope on it.
You can head over to the cooling tower.
Because if we can't get the crit high enough, just go for the headshots. But for the SMG, just damage to armor, damage to elites. And the crit is high enough itself, so you can kinda
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
go. I think for the talents on the house, you want predatory and destructive. So you can heal yourself too.
Yeah, I could see predatory. Yeah.
Agent, you're in.
Sneaking
I need you to fix that
here.
cooling tower.
Since the shield bounty goes into cooldown, unlike Div 2. Basically, in there, you have to learn to, when you run with the shield, you put it away and then you pull it out when you stop running.
And if you run and go into cover, you don't take it out.
So, the system is overheating and steam
So
is building up in those pipes.
you can still use your normal weapon, and when you get out of cover, he goes out the shield again.
Because you don't have the like pulling it out and putting it away kind of Division 2.
Yeah, he just throws it on the ground when you like stop using it.
Oh well, when you push the button again, specifically, it just kind
Now we just need to cut off
of
that
takes
steam.
me a while always to get back into Div 1 because of that. That and turrets, because yeah, I just go like Hey, turret, target that guy. Oh,
Vent
wait,
the
no.
remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Don't you dare. He dared.
How dare he?
I'm actually just close to close range,
Vent the
but
steam, and you're good to go.
I'm afraid he was gonna health gate me and then the steam kills you.
Why would one a Steam kill you? Oh yeah, you playing on a Ubisoft Connect, that's why.
You've stabilized the pressure. Now we just need to cut off that steam.
It will be epic.
Vent the steam, and you're good to go.
Like those good old games, it will be epic.
High risk hostile. Cooling system
What else is there
stabilized.
actually? And then yeah, we'll be fanatical as we reach a green man who's gaming. When we reach...
Great work, Agent. The power
Oh,
plant is stable.
I was barely
Now get the
paying
hell out of
attention,
there.
but yeah, we got the
Helo's
objectives
ready when
done
you
super
are.
quick.
Shoot a flare to
That
signal
should be.
Taurus.
The only thing that comes to mind as another launcher is EA.
Oh, boxes by the lever actually. I didn't get
Oh
that.
yeah, didn't even notice.
Yeah, I just was walking past. So the reason I noticed there. And yeah, north, right? Yeah, we spawned east and west.
Yeah, we spawn across.
I'll take the shortcut here.
Oh, speed on IKEA.
That one I feel I kind of have in the bag. So. Hold by the gate there. Some are coming from that
And
side.
now it's just the thing that if that guy pushes from the left side, he's gonna get the 2 hunters on his side.
Yeah. That's...
What are they running through? They're running through to this side. Where is he? Yeah.
Yeah. Still link up. I know, randomly just
System
gonna
curtailed.
run in. Not a care
Get
in
on
the
that
world.
helo. You've got hunters incoming.
Oh, no bleed, thank you. Another grenade.
System back online.
Bolts for the supercharge. Which I'm gonna push.
When you're ready, send up a flare so Taurus can pick
If
you
you're
up.
gonna prime time this. Oh, we have close range, but I should have Yeah, this is over. This is
I
over
used
before
my
it began.
reversal.
Yeah.
6 million bullet.
Yeah.
Nice.
Forgot the
Jungle
part
is
where we
gone.
had the close range with.
Who needs PFE? Just melt through everything with this. Yeah, this was quick. I think the hunter didn't even shoot, he was just looking.
Yeah, how am I doing on? Maybe. Actually, did I already have one for this character? It's optimized already. To optimize some SMGs. I gotta get you up here. Oh, and and I did it. And thanks so much for the raid there. Yeah, no, thanks for poking in, and I hope you had a good stream. Oh, get a shout out here. And yeah, welcome in, raiders. Hope you guys had some fun with Otter over there. Over here, we're just rounding out the evening with some cantans, as we often do. As earlier on, recorded
Hold tight.
a
Helo
build
is
showcase
back to your
on the
location.
Pesty build, and now we're just winding down. Buffet a bit. They last time they had a live stream, they kind of talked about wanting to buff True Patriot, so we'll see if they do in the near future.
I wouldn't be against it to have more than just ODNFI as a buff
Ready
build.
for
And
extraction.
Yeah,
did I say ODNFI? Right, yeah. I was kind of like lost if I said something else.
Alpha Bridge and there was another one that kind of debuffed enemies. But True Patriot could definitely use either just a straight up numbers buff or maybe a rework. Yeah. Probably providing us with some cinematic exit there.
Keep working together like that, and we may actually keep the lights on this winter.
And off we go. And I will likely do one or two more of these. Kind of enjoying my time.
Area detected.
So actually, give me one moment. I might actually, I'm gonna swap character actually.
Okay.
Another agent has joined your
That's
group.
what
Here
it's
to check something out?
so quick. Let me just put this bestie back before I forget. Anything else I grabbed? Yeah, no worries, guys. But yeah, just gonna quickly. Who's gonna have the Lexington on them?
Which character were you on now?
Hmm?
Which character were you on now? I'm trying to guess which has the. Let's see.
I was on character 1 earlier. I'm loading into 2. It's either 2 or 4.
Safe area entered.
It's not 2. It's kind of wanted just for laziness. I'm too lazy to recall compensate and
Then just use glory days.
yeah. I'll see it. Let's see it. Because in a second I'll invite.
Entering safe area.
How many did we go in with the last one? 6, right? Oh,
Yeah, 6. We matched made for just 2.
myself. I'm like, I have 5 names there. Yeah. God damn it, it was character 4. Should have known. Kind of makes sense. But now, I'll run this character. Actually, you know what? I'll run.
Safe area detected.
Let me turn off directives as well, and then feel free to join. Okay, you guys can join up, and then
Backpacks to
whoever we don't have in there will invite after.
Another
It's kind of
agent
handier
is
actually
now
to
in your
have.
group.
There's the Lexi. Sure, I'm just gonna run this PFE for 1 run. Because I haven't ran this thing at all, I think. Used to also optimize. Yeah. Set it up heroic.
You have left the group.
Should have checked first what's in. I can send.
Another agent has joined your group.
I'll send invites to everybody was there. Also, yeah, if you're kind of out for the next one, just feel free to decline. And if anybody else wants to join us,
Another
feel free
agent
to
is
say
now
so.
in your group.
You know what? For once, I'll put myself there. I'll go Team 2. It's been a while since I've been over there.
It looks a little bit weird that leader is on the other subgroup and not on the top
Oh, shit.
slot.
Another agent is
I
now
wanted to
group
move
leader.
something. Wait, Chris, could you give me leadership back?
You are now group leader.
I was trying to move slot, just to... this bothers me otherwise. Wait, what? Why can I... There we go. Even, as all things should be. Yeah, if anybody wants to join us, let us know. Otherwise, we'll get it going in a second. As I'm gonna try out this thing, which we kind of put together. Although, well, I'm ran it against a few rogues and stuff already, and it works pretty well. Against them, with the Ridgeway.
Another agent has joined your group.
Briefly, I'm gonna...
I'm gonna check, yeah, modifiers are on.
Oh yeah, good point.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, everybody else should. My character should have it on. It was just, yeah, for the build
An
showcase.
agent is no longer in your group.
We joined them in the left. The downside of, yeah, being a self group, it puts you kind of at the back of the pack, queuing wise. So sometimes can take a while to find like 2 randoms.
I mean, what you should do is do what the pros do, right? And just border everyone that's in the shared space.
Exactly. Just everybody on my friends list. That would be a good way to shorten the friends list real quick.
Yeah.
Because these people that are blocked down here, that's exactly what they were doing. Hey, we have your
Another
computer.
agent is now in your group.
Oh,
Clueless potato. Yeah, that fits.
Yeah.
And it's just level 3.
exactly.
Another
Yeah,
agent
that's kind of
has
like
joined
how
your
my
group.
PC looks from the inside. What the fuck is this?
Oh, and I think that other random had like 2-piece for choice at least crosses there.
I mean, if you
It's
look
kind
at
of
it,
sucks
you
as
could
well.
have already invited him, Ikea, because he's
Yeah.
in the shared space with us.
Yeah, and we have the other guy at 14k running for 15 assault rifle damage. 1 piece. Let's not think about it. Let's just go. We'll take our clueless potato there as well. He's on your guys' team anyway, so your problem.
I mean, he should be because he's with me.
I can actually link you to the build picture of it. It's likely much better as well. I need to just go find which build picture it is. It's going to be 4.15? 50.
Communication relay offline.
How about them both chats?
Black Tusk have
I wouldn't
taken the
per se
power
say
plant.
this
Looks
is
like
like
they've
the
triggered
best
lockdown
PFE
protocols while
setup
they
or
were charging
anything,
their
but it's
warhounds.
one that works pretty well.
We need to shut down the broken transformers and restore the power grid.
Yeah, we have enough firepower here. We'll just
I'm gonna carry
this.
my PC.
We'll just
Reactor unstable.
run this guy
Emergency
through.
lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
And I respond east.
Excessive power detected. Increased probability of instability or overloading the power grid.
But then, yeah, what this PFE has is sadist and lag spikes.
System malfunctioning.
For button.
System restored.
Wait, the guy on our team was the 14k one, right?
Yeah.
An agent needs assistance.
Maybe if he's running something else.
For a second there, it looked like he was going into into an objective, like while we're still fighting. Here.
System
Let's go do PFE things. Just to keep him busy. Yeah, so cooling admin.
Yep.
Cooling first. We're close to it anyway. Because for instance, for Canton, I also like the shotgun one that's on the build collection on character 5.
Shade tech detected.
But also the one on character 1. But also I like actually Striker PFV as well. But this one nowadays, especially since Zetas changes. But then you have moments like this, right? We're gonna go fight stuff that doesn't bleed, because we have a Warhand here. Can't make it bleed. But what I can do is just have a ton of regen.
Hostile striker drone detected.
And one of the other issues is the diminishing return system that's gonna...
I mean, you need to ask the important question. Do you bleed?
Do you bleed, buddy? No, but I can fly. And one of the cooler things with it is, yeah, especially during extraction. Let's see that. It's kind of just like the Adrenaline Rush version. You can kind of just stand in front of way too much and kind of get away with it as long as you're bleeding a bunch of people.
Area secure.
Admin. And then turbine. We'll have done the a big fat triangle at that point. But it's fine. We also have headshot damage. I should aim high. Oh no, that's a long range damage. Never mind. I should aim long. Looked way too quick. Let's set up. Let's obliterate PFE where it can swap to add rush plus eliminate. Yeah, that's a very good setup as well for PFEs. Or that's the shotgun setup that I kind of have.
Yeah, I need another catharsis.
But then on this one, it's... I just wanted to go for something else. Because all of my characters do have a PFE. Or I like having a PFE on every character. But I don't want to have duplicates. So this one definitely as well for rogues and stuff is perfectly effective. Against those.
I'll deal with it.
Now here, for instance, yeah, just this dog is going to be annoying to get through.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Just does not bleed. Neither does this one. Also, this one's not even elite. What a dick.
Critical systems exposed. Data transfer halted.
I'm caught in this shit.
High-risk target approaching.
Boxes in the
Area
offices,
secure.
but no fancy.
Agent, you should be able to access the turbine now.
Oh, yeah, no worries, Salty. Yeah, thanks for joining in. And yeah, have a good night. I'll catch you around. What are you even grinding for myself? Literally everything. Do I? Am I
Agent,
happy?
you've reached the
Do I
turbine.
have
I need you to
happiness?
fix the power
Do
grid.
we have happiness? Do we have purpose in life?
They should just add a name that is just happiness. So we can grind happiness. and then also happiness and joy, like as like a chest and backpack. Perfect. So yeah. What are you grinding for? Happiness. There's always more to grind. If you want to. But also, I don't per se
We need to
grind.
switch
I
the
enjoy
power
playing
over
the
to the
game.
new grid.
Like, more than anything. This damn game can keep me entertained pretty well. Just by itself.
You're gonna need to expose the transformers and remove any busted
But for instance,
fuses.
here, actually, I am actually looking for some attack vectors still. Still need 2 more, I believe. So,
What the hell was that? I think the floor is electrified. Watch your step,
that's
Agent.
what I'm set to SMGs for.
High risk
But
target
also for
detected.
optimization and stuff. So for instance, well, my SHG level seems, oh well, it's high. Oh well, it's decently high. Well, it's kind of awkward to just say that your own SHG level is high. I jumped down too early. But yeah, clueless potato showing he's clueless. It's by the stairs in the back.
Oh, I'm getting. Oh no.
I don't actually do watch alts, for instance, so that means that I do run out of resources a lot. Yeah,
High
exotic
risk target
as well.
approaching.
Looks like I almost died before my PC did.
Yeah, cutting it close. Yeah, what we could do is stand around that hive as well, actually. But
You're good to go. Just need to switch over to the new grid.
I feel a
Take
little
while.
lazy. I'm gonna stand in it.
I think you still take the shock damage. Actually, you know what? For science, I think I still take the damage. Right?
I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is also
it's
not
gonna be-
Faraday. I might. Who's healing her?
I saw the
Oh.
line.
Oh, did it? I didn't. At least for me, it wasn't showing. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, I might have just not been showing the line.
Power grid stable.
Oh yeah, I should have tried it there. I've done this with a full hazard protected building, still take damage. So likely it's going to be the same, I would think.
Time to loot.
Last wave and some loot.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Electrical grid in danger of failure.
Let's go make
Great
get the
work,
main
Agent.
box.
The power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there. When you're ready,
Yeah, I'm
send
not-
up a flare
yeah.
so Torres can pick you up.
It's just not showing the line. Oh, I've never paid attention to it, but like, it usually just does. So definitely I also been on like other people's team because I was like, maybe is it just your subgroup sees it, but might just bug out maybe. And yeah, we have close range extraction, so hopefully we don't lose anyone, but we might. 2 crashes.
An agent has gone offline.
Speaking of, okay.
My game froze. Just as I was turning around.
So we're down to... Oh, we still got this.
Throwing a jammer! Falling back!
They're
Coming up on the flank!
System curtailed.
Trying to catch the Faraday there as well.
Get
Got
on
my
that
shield.
helo. We've got hunters incoming.
An agent has disconnected. System back online.
Moving to the flank!
One of the things that needs to go is this healing hive. Especially multiples of them. There's a downside here, right? Like, I don't kill these that quick.
Healing up!
Those things just need to go. Could have also set reversal as my thing. Let's actually trigger prime time instead though. The shield is invincible for a few seconds. My health is kind of infinite for a few seconds as well as well. Enemies bleeding.
System disrupted.
Oh yeah, I should have totally set reversal because that would have been really useful here. As well CC. Well, that's where that hunter went. Do that one.
System reactivated.
Okay, well, hunters are not named, so they do take full damage from the flamethrower as well. Which is for the CC
Torres
as well.
is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
Oh, this does not bleed them actually. That's the thing I realized there, of course. I'm gonna go back for these. There we go. Let's see what we got there. That would have been much more effective if I had actually grabbed reversal.
Torres inbound on your location. Hold tight. She'll get you home.
Also, I think maybe it was one of the randoms. We still have some time there. But I might be wrong. So.
Let's get you
Shooting
home.
for leads. There's one to go still even. But that one's like in the way anyway.
I'm kinda sure if I didn't crash, I would get another zoom sympathy.
Yep. You will up. Okay, just watch out for the timer. Off we go.
An agent has left
on my
your
regardless
group.
of Aspro, yeah.
Thanks to
I was
you,
wondering
the
if
locals will have
like I
heat
haven't
and
ever
lights this
actually tried
winter.
it with Faraday. Maybe Faraday is different. I'm gonna check 13 BFE exactly. But one day I get the chance to play. I mean, if you're on PC,
Safe area
because yeah, for
entered.
instance now as well, we're just grabbing people from the stream and stuff. So, and yeah, again, as actually, if anybody wants to join us, let me know and we'll get you in here. Although likely this will be my final countdown. Da-da-da-da.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Exactly.
Yeah, so many times I deconstructed some mechs throughout mod without
Another
even
agent
checking.
is now in your
And I
group.
was like, hey, could it be a TPV? From that point on, I'm just checking every tool that has mod in it.
Another agent has joined your group.
And actually, I'm just gonna run a striker for the last one. Oh. Couldn't find my obliterate chest, but that was because it was still a glass chest from Hollywood. It was the last one to go back. Anyway, I'm just gonna run it with the Lexington. I don't run a Coyote. We'll just run the bog standard. Yeah. Let's get this already created.
You have left the group.
Now I'll get everybody
Another agent is now in your group.
in the last one in here, but yeah, if anybody else wants to, just let us know.
Yeah, in this shared space, this IKEA guys keep inviting me to countdown.
Yeah, I should block him. Wait, who else do we have? Guess. Oh no, guess we're already here. Oh, Tiny. Yeah. Oh, did you or I think maybe Tiny is either
Not loading back up
yeah,
quick.
or just chosen the or random that. I'll send the invite. Although actually, there might be. I think it's chosen mission. Yeah, let me get your shares on for a second. While we also
There's a discovery for countdown.
no, it just
Isn't
shows
right.
as discovery always.
Okay.
That's the underlying effect that they kind of use. Okay, Tiny out there. Because I just want to check that they were out. Oh, actually, Agilite wants to join, but yeah. So, although yeah, I would need to just because how is that spelled? It's annoying that you can't. Can I use this? Does that work? Oh, actually, I had that one from there as well. I thought that was maybe him. Let's see. I think that's the one. Because yeah, you need to be on the friends list to get you in here. What is a watch alt? So you can make alts that are only there for you to use their watch. So you basically level them to 40, one of the character slots, use up all of their scavenging points for easy resources and stuff, and then you just delete them. And the thing is, the watch is account wide, but the usage of it is just that character. So if you delete that character and then in that same slot make another character, get them to 40 again, you just have the entirety of the watch again. So that's a tactic, especially later on, to kind of get a lot of resources. Wait, did that work? I'm gonna guess actually that you're in the stream as well. If you are, accept that friends request if it went through. Actually, it did. Or didn't it? Where do you see pending? Oh no, so it's pending. Because yeah, we need to accept that, otherwise can't get you in here. So there's this option encounter on it. Yeah, it's just like basically the discovery is specifically for the raids. There is a discovery mode for both of them, which doesn't have the real rewards and is like not really, but it shows up for countdown as well, because actually countdown is kind of based on the raid, UI things. Hell, even till like not too long ago, it would say here iron or dark hours. Otherwise, I'll scan for a little bit.
And when you check someone in the social, it says they are in a raid.
Yeah.
In White's countdown.
Or is that maybe not? Is it maybe not showing on your end? Actually, oh no, I should have accepted that, or declined that, either or. Showing up in here. Would also be nice if this was alphabetical, but it isn't.
Due to a personnel shortage, all on-duty guards are requested to remain.
Did I have the wrong one, maybe? Because they sometimes show up on the YouTube chat. I've seen them, but although otherwise, just see about getting in with timing-wise here.
Another agent is now in your group.
Or send the request yourself into. Oh yeah, let's just get going. Just round this out. But yeah, for in the future, maybe just send the friends request to IKEA, because I think either that one didn't go through right, or it got declined. Oh no, it's still there. But yeah, it's never done a raid yet. Because yeah, for the real raids, you want to do them basically.
Communication relay.
The difficulty of it is called normal, but yeah, it's definitely it's a little bit higher than it's a normal difficulty raid, but
The True Sons have triggered a
these are the
lockdown of the
heroic
planet.
level enemies.
They've been taking over infrastructure to lend legitimacy to their cause.
And discovery
If they
mode is also
control the power,
matchmakeable,
they
and
control this
then they've
region.
altered a bunch of the
We need to get control of the
mechanics,
experimental
so it's
reactor.
actually doable without any communication. I
Reactor
can't see that.
unstable.
So.
Emergency lockdown protocols
trust.
activated. 15 minutes.
Yeah. You go to the left side.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
Let me take a pulse. I think we're gonna leave that one for a second to help her. Because they're two manning that is not funny. Because usually it's best to just kill off that guy.
System curtailed.
Isn't this one that's repeating quick chance? The one that I activated right now. I think there's just crit chance.
Could be, but it's
25%
barely.
crit chance.
System restored.
Let's cross on over. No, let's maybe hold up for everybody to be in range.
Sneaky doesn't know.
I already should have left myself at long range there. It's annoying that that thing is always there. Reactor containment, yeah. Reactor containment, and then back to lab.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
Oh, it can be looted. Just one.
Oh, good.
The materials there couldn't be opened.
Oh, for me, it's good. That's odd. Because actually, I think that one is like always for. Like I've definitely looted that multiple times as well. Actually, now that you say it, actually that's kind of odd. Isn't it? Normally would have to
I
be.
don't have anything there.
Oh wait, I swapped characters. That yeah, that makes sense as well. That's usually what happens. I swap characters a lot, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Target detected.
And then we don't go enough near it because yeah, I would be the daily reset for that as well. And I have a decent amount of good group buffs going here. I'm shooting the wrong person.
Hostile neutralized. High-risk target approaching.
Oh yeah, looking for the box, but we already looted it.
We are fucked here.
Area secure.
Quickly get these. Nice have your optimization mats too. I just, yeah, I mean, they're not too full usually. I use them up quite a bit. The build collection eats up a lot. So, although now I'm kind of refilled. Is there in glass? When I started Div 2 and raids. So obliterate. Oh yeah. In the past, glass used to be kind of the king to go with as well. Although back then, Comic as well as a run speed buff there. Zoom.
Zoomies.
Glass used to be 25 and 30 as the same as it is now, but Obliterate used to be 15, like a long time ago. I feel a lot of people that are now like
10 minutes to
so for
lock
instance,
down.
for me, I
Evacuate the
think
facility.
glass is never
Excessive magnetic
oh well, not
discharge
never, but
detected. EMP
in
system
current
purge
state is just
required.
not the general meta.
System breach
Well, some people
initiated.
like, yeah, since the Obliterate buffs or Obliterate nerfs, it is. The thing I feel, and then the thing that usually comes up is you're like, well, it used to be, and then, yeah, it used to be, but that was back when it was, 15 versus 15 for 5 seconds as well. 15 at 5 seconds for Obliterate versus Glass is 30 and 25.
Critical systems exposed.
But even back then, like, we didn't used to do it in raids and stuff. But yeah, I ran my fair share of glass always.
High-risk target detected.
I used to do very much just season,
Agent, you should be able
kind of.
to access the lab.
And before that, of course, kind of the Clutch Berserk, but then also just the other the Wicked setup.
Agent down.
Oh wait, oh no, that's not. I thought Kessler was resetting again, but no. How did they die?
Yep.
Okay, they're doing that. Okay.
Where did we? Oh, we spawned down here. Yeah, so it wouldn't help. I would just move for like 20 meters.
Right. Yeah. I don't even remember what side I spawned in, so I'm not even gonna consider it. Also, I like jogging. Very confused. It's a really good tactic for hardcores, especially.
That's the, you start over real quick. It's speedrun. Any percent reset.
Agent, you've reached the lab. I need you to stabilize the reactor.
That's for the past week, but I can get Coyote to drop. Yeah,
You're in.
sometimes
Now, just
an
need to find and
exotic
destroy
just
those fuel
doesn't want to
valves.
drop. That's-
Warning.
That sometimes
Experimental
goes like
reactor
that.
unstable.
But also keep in mind that
Safety
even
protocol
without the Coyote, if you have like the group OPs to kind of sub in for it, you're most of the way there. It's not like it's completely unusable with that, but yeah, it's the icing on the cake. You do kind of want it for the long term there. But yeah, this is Bungie can't dance, so I think you already were.
I think it would be better to run a countdown because you can buy the exotic cash and maybe get it from that.
I mean, yeah, countdown is overall.
Nice work on the
exotics.
valves. Now, I need you to expose the reactor's core.
Frozen Summit. Feel that. Summit's drop rates solo
you just need to
depends
destroy
on
the
the effort.
magnetic
I'm
core.
guessing you likely were solo. It isn't too great.
System malfunctioning.
That's why countdown is
Iris
so
target
good.
approaching. System reactivated. Hostile teardrop detected.
Stacks going.
System curtailed. System restored.
That Chung just ran and just took a running shot at me.
System
Yeah, I always love when they do stuff like that.
high risk target approaching.
Full pelt just boom.
System back online.
Just put extra speed
I
on
mean,
it. Basically.
when you sprint, yeah, you add the speed to the grenade,
Yeah.
so it gets to the target faster.
Relativistic speeds, yeah.
Evacuate the facility.
This is gonna be a
5
lot.
minutes to lock down.
2 milk crate.
Containment field failure. EMP discharge required.
I feel that would also
to
be a good
stabilize
joke to maybe put into
Experimental
something
reactor
just like,
offline.
you know, everything is relative, so yeah.
Nice. The plant's
me
secure.
just
Now let's get you out
running
of there.
slowly, yeah.
Move to the extraction point.
It's relative.
When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
Relativistic speed.
Alright. It's close. Oh no.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. Generally, it's best... the entrance over there is best avoided, especially exiting. So I'm just gonna go around. Might be a little bit of superstition more so, but...
I'm gonna try to run through, but not exit through it. Alright, I'm fine so far.
An agent has gone
I
offline.
guess I'll get hit with it. Because close range extractions are the dangerous things. When the extraction is near to where the box is, that's when a lot of crashes happen. That's everything. Been a long while, yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of stuff has. When you kind of, once in a while, I like going back and kind of looking at some old stuff. And then yeah, you see kind of, yeah, stuff like that.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
Why me? Why me? Why going for me?
Even like really old would be, especially the like 6-piece gear sets. Because Division 2 also had them, but just for
Helo
like
is ready when you
3
are.
months.
Shoot a flare to signal Torres.
I usually
Hostile
remember how
restore
long, but it
hive
was like
detected.
barely anything. Like even a little bit into Gear 2.0, I remember, or well, even before Gear 2.0 and for a long while, I remember it being not that, or not being. catch up with the next chopper. Now we got it. I'll share this one in case somebody wants to. Good chance, crit damage, sacrifice. They're not rare, but they're also not too common. Standing underneath all the enemies. Yeah, let me get you up here. And Hater Chaos. I'm gonna go to sleep. Yeah. It's, are you his real dad?
Helo inbound to your location. Hold tight.
Doesn't need an Oreo.
I mean, I hit a.
You mind that nowadays Oreo is also not the greatest anymore. It used to be, but very much nowadays it's more of a. It's nice to have, but it's not like needed. Especially the attack vectors and stuff can be.
Let's get you home, Agent.
More effective. Solo, the Dark Winter can be like really great as well. That one as well. The SMG9s are pretty good as well. Yeah, no, sure we can get this. We've got the fire power.
I see him.
Might actually get some distance. I might actually go prime time.
An agent is no longer in your group.
I'm grabbing it. It's just 7 seconds. Doing grenade launcher, yeah. Yeah, it was just a controller, right? He was just auto-targeting us. We got our 208s. This is also the main reason to do heroics. I was wondering why we do heroics. We're basically doing them because of our team, kind of at the same speed as a challenging would be. And we're getting 50 more requisitions per run. Yeah. Sorry, Crystal, for the crash out there. Although, I mean, I can't do anything about it, but yeah.
Safe area detected.
Our condolences. And yeah, that's gonna be my last one, though. I do need some sleep. Also, tomorrow then we'll get up pretty early and just stitch together that bestie video and have it go up likely tomorrow afternoon. So, I'm looking forward to getting that out, as yeah, people have been asking for quite a bit. And yeah, I've been just, although, well, it wasn't me just procrastinating, it was other important things came in between. But yeah, we got it in the bag now, so that's good. But yeah, I'm gonna jump off the voice here, but before I thank Bamik.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, we'll likely catch you around.
Yeah, most likely tomorrow if I'm not gonna sleep the whole day.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll see you around. Have a good night, man.
Right, you too.
Actually, yeah, Cross was in there as well, but him and others will thank here as us for joining us and helping out, and also yeah, helping out with the build showcase part as well. And I hope you guys had some good loot and some good fun and some good drops. And yeah, let me catch up on some of those last ones. And GG's all around indeed. When YouTube start putting ads in live streams, I don't think they've like always. I don't think, unless you have premium or something, it basically, as a for instance, as I can slash it there. Because I'm also not sure, does membership actually remove? Because on Twitch, of course, if you like kind of, if you sub to someone, that's one of the ways to get the ads out of there. But I'm not sure actually the YouTube membership does the same. If you don't know, should have maybe looked that up. And yeah, thanks indeed everybody for the runs, and GG's all around. Of course, on the Twitch end, we're gonna go raiding. We're gonna pay it forward as Otter also so kindly raided us earlier. Let's go see if we have anybody available to raid. Do I have anybody else raiding? No. Before I forget to thank anybody out there as well. We do have, actually, let me quickly have a look in the category, just because the one person that is up, we've already raided him yesterday. But we might just raid, or well, I'm not sure if it was yesterday, but it was recently. You know what? I might actually, let's have a peek at this. Not a name I recognize, but oh, yeah. Is this? Oh, they're doing incursion actually.
Seeker and drone.
Instead of the seeker, put.
Think they're getting early runs in. What is happening here? Wait, what? Oh, okay. Wait. Yes, I'm kind of watching other people's streams real briefly just to check if we want to rate them. Partially as well as I just want it to be like in English, and then also preferably PvE and stuff. Yeah, let's just go with Nerve. Trying to figure this out is they were also kind of like playing another game on top. It was weird. But yeah, we'll catch up on the last ones. GG's all around. Yeah, thanks everybody for joining as well on those runs, and also for viewing. We're gonna go raid the Nerf, who's doing some, that looks Dark Hours-ish. That is in fact Dark Hours-ish, because that's Razorback. And then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Likely not in the afternoon, but only in the evening. Tomorrow I need to get some stuff done myself, and then we'll have the Pesty video go up tomorrow likely. So you guys we'll have that for in the afternoons, and yeah, I'll be back in the evening, and then we'll continue on. One thing I might want to do at some points, maybe we'll do some of it tomorrow, is to, yeah, the classifieds kind of came back up in discussion. I've been meaning to like rerun them for quite a while, and we might actually do that. That might be kind of a fun thing to do, to run that this week. For now, I'm gonna start this raid. We're gonna start sending everybody over to Nerf CIC, who's a friend of the channels, and yeah, let's just stop the rambling, and I'm just gonna say thank you all for joining me. Hope you guys had some fun, and I hope to catch most, if not all of you around in the future. And as always, have a good night.